Butcher of Wall Street, Marcel Kalinovic. Watching some halts. Watching a red market. Watching Bitcoin sell off and Celsius go bankrupt. Watching El Salvador regret its purchases. And waiting to be happier with the current market sell-off. Because I'm not satisfied yet. I don't think 380 on the SPY is going to cut it for me today. 378.75 and tanking like a fucking rock. Like a rock in a river, straight to the bottom. Let's take a look, guys. Do you think she floats? Jerome Powell's going to have to get that damn money printer out. 378.69 on the SPY, down 2.85% at the moment. Hey everybody, thanks for joining me. I see Kershaw, Road Dog, Yusuf, Cartel, Anthony. It's good to see everybody, boys and girls. Hi Chelsea. To say there are liquidity issues is an understatement. Good morning, Annie, Jason, Elevate, Kip. It's great to see you guys. Bitcoin. 23,353. Gee, never saw that coming. I had no idea that was going to happen. Who would have guessed? Oh, did anybody watch the last 5 minutes of the video we did on Friday? Suffice to say, no surprise. Jason Kavanaugh's how's Argentina and El Salvador making out with that Bitcoin? I'm not sure. What's up, Jimmy Cap? It says good morning. Let's have a blessed day. I like that. Cheers and blessings, my friends. Sometimes you got to watch the world burn in order to make it better. Am I right or am I right? The fuck, think tank. There are absolutely zero shares of AMC left to cover. We're going to discuss markets, we're going to discuss meme stocks, Bitcoin, and all sorts of good shit, including ETH. Appreciate you guys for sharing that over here. Biden has the gas prices so high, even the Rona stopped traveling. That's great. Ukrainian government has agreed to suspend exports of Ukrainian gas, coal, and fuel because of the Russian invasion. That's going to do a lot to help inflation and supply chain issues, isn't it? Hey, Eric Viscara says, boss, that little bitch Charlie's Vids is in love with you. That's hilarious, man. Who's Charlie's Vids? Are you surprised, though? That's all right. People can say whatever they want to say. Anybody that wants to know the real news can go take a look at my LinkedIn, can give me a call. Can find my information on Facebook, Reddit, LinkedIn, Google, Twitter, Reddit, YouTube, Rumble. I'm not a used car salesman hiding behind a screen and a fake avatar. Ouch. Crimzo always coming through with the clutch. We've only got There are under 800 and there are under 900 stocks green. Only 876 advancers at the moment. They're actually green, and almost 6,000 red stocks. Let's fucking go. What's up, Damien? People, Pulsar, it's great to see you. Lucretia, Lisa, hey. Yeah, it's just Kenny G is enough drama for me. I agree with you on that. Yeah, Chris Jackson, I don't hate, man. We need used car salesmen. Who else is going to prey on you meanwhile you try to find a half-decent car? Try to sell your exorbitant interest rates, window tint, and a higher APR. Bitcoin at 23,314, negative almost 15% down on the day. Those of you that were here on Friday, remember it being around 30K still. Taking a look on the 5-minute chart. Friday end of day, Bitcoin was sitting pretty, over 30K. We called for a drop 5 minutes before market open or market close, and 2 minutes before market close, we started seeing that drop. On Saturday, vibes kicked in, 27,000 strong on Bitcoin. Kept going down to 25,000, and on Sunday, we're looking at 23.2 right now, down 15% on Bitcoin. Market's fucked, ladies and gentlemen. Ethereum down 18.5%. You could have bought Ethereum in 2018. If you bought Ethereum in 2018 and held till now, you're down. Meanwhile, you got heavily shorted meme stocks, such as AeroClean Technologies, completely halted. Hanging out at $15.11. Oh, wait, is it back up yet? The halt's over. Looks like it just came back. It's up about 17% here after the circuit breaker. It lasted from 10:08 to about 10:14. So it was a 5-minute halt on the 5 since it's on 1-minute candles. Damian Dukes, this is better than TV. I agree, my man. I'd rather watch the fucking stock market than TV any day. This is about it doesn't get any more real than that. AERC, volatility halts. Price spike. Halted June 13th at 10:09 a.m. through 10:14 on the NASDAQ. They're trying to gain control and slow down their price action. AERC was up 28% just 12 minutes ago. And 47 minutes ago, it was down 8%. So 47 minutes ago, AERC was shorted down to negative 8% on the day. And then just took off and was up 28%, which would be the equivalent of a 36% movement on the day in the positive fashion. And currently remains strong at $15.15, up 21% so far. It looks like it's going to make a second attempt at stair-stepping, climbing up higher. S&P is now down 37.76. Apple has almost lost 3% again. Amazon's down 5.25%. Excuse me. ARK Innovation 36.72 on ARK, down 8.5%. Ethereum down 9.5%. Bank of America 2%. BlackBerry 6%. Bed Bath & Beyond almost 10%. BBIG 5.25%. Biora Therapeutics, formerly known as Progenity, is at 61 cents, down almost 11%. Bluebird Bio, heavily shorted meme stock, is up 39%, ladies and gentlemen. 39%. What's up, Bliss? It's good to see you. Hey, Quentin. It's just a little meme stock. No worries. puppy opened up at 649 and is currently at 518. Bluebird bio. Note, that may not make sense, but it's up from Friday. That's what we're kind of looking at here. From Friday's numbers. It opened today at a high of, or it was at a high of $6.95 and has a low right now of $5.15 or so on Bluebird. That was a pre-market gap up. This is something that people are going to have to get really used to on meme stocks. If they're fans of meme stocks, they love to pump them really hard in pre-market, 3, 4, 5 in the morning, so that majority of people don't know what's happening. You can take a look here at just Friday, and you can see the price is at $3.72, barcoding hard in the after hours. $3.72, $3.57, and then jumped up from $3.98 all the way to $7.61. First thing in the morning, pre-market again, so it opened up as a big gap up. That's why this movement doesn't look as impressive from there, but you got to keep in mind it started way down in the $3 and change mark. Huge gap up, heavy shorting, giant red candle, and then continuation of algorithmic trading here. A little bit of hedging, more shorting. That's the pattern AERC is sitting in right now. AERC is hanging out at 515. It's going to hang there. Look at the size of these volume candles. Look at these green candles that pushed it up. Fairly impressive volume. And then over here, the volume to bring it down is even more impressive. Just massive amounts of shorting. Again, they've got to roll short positions. They might close out some that are maturing and reopen new positions in order to bring the stock price down further. It's the market makers in the hedge funds game. And they're damn good at it too. Remember, Aero Clean Technologies is still getting beat the fuck up. There are zero shorts left to borrow on Aero Clean. Al Capone, thank you. Al says, smash that like button for a real one. Please do. It helps the algorithm. My ego does not care about the like button, but the algorithm and other people that are investors might care about it because it does share more. GameStop's down 10.5%. AMC is down 10.5%. And if you've been to this channel before, you know that I couldn't care less if the price is up or down on a single given day because that can change at any second, just like Bluebird's massive pre-market jump and Aero Clean's massive pre-market jump. And I haven't even gotten down halfway through the alphabet here yet. Hycroft Mining's down 8%. IWM's down 4.25% on IWM. JP Morgan's over 2% losses. Cost 7%. Lucid 9.25%. Meta 4.25% down. MMAT's down almost 7%. Marin's down 7.5%. Mullen's down 10.5%. The NDXT's down 3.8%. Netflix 6.25%. Nvidia's down 6.8%. Ocugen 7.8%. PSLV Sprott Physical Silver Trust is down 3.86%. Quinton says the institutional ownership shows that BlackRock is selling shares to themselves, or at least selling a big chunk to themselves. Yes, Quinton, that's called a wash sale, my friend. That's the equivalent of selling a share from your right hand to your left hand. No change of ownership took place, but it helps the stock price come down because I sold it at a lower price to myself. Peloton's down 7.71%. And just in case you guys are wondering how often that happens, Citadel Securities was fined in 2017 for committing over 500,000 wash sales. 500,000, in which they front run the trades, they use payment for order flow to make money, they hold trades to trade in dark pools, they distort price discovery, they create synthetic shares, they use your money against you in every single way possible. Every single way possible. Romeo, love the video thumb pick. I'm glad you like it, man. It doesn't get any better than that, you know? Biden has been touting his administration's fantastic handling of this economy. What better thing can we do than to show Biden taking a selfie in front of this bloody red market? The Russell 2000 is down 4.17%, Shopify 8%, Snap 9.5%, almost, Sundial 9.9%, Spotify 4.8%, and the SPY is at 377 and 14 cents, and just continuing to drop about 3.3% so far. The SQQQ, Ultra Pro Short Triple Q is up 11.3%. Lucretia says, speaking of JP Morgan, the day after the Fed went in and seized the CEO's laptop, personal phone, work phone, the very next day they had technical issues and my account was frozen for 2 weeks. Wow. And Nick says, here's the deal, Jack. This is Putin's fault. Good man. 10-year note is 32.95 on its interest. Tesla's up, down 7%. Twitter 4%. UBS 4.25%. The UVXY is up 15 whopping percent. The volatility index is up to 33.45, up 20% on the day. Bitcoin just keeps on going. 23.226 on Bitcoin, down 15.25%. Ethereum's at 1208, down 18% right now. And oh yeah, Day one biopharmaceuticals shares are trading higher after the company announced initial data from a Firefly 1 trial in a relapsed pediatric low-grade glioma showed an overall response rate of 64%. Pharmaceutical stocks will be amongst the most volatile that you will see, particularly during speculative times when you'll see that clinical trials or FDA approvals are being given. Because, and so this is very common in the pharmaceuticals. I've traded this a lot, not this particular stock, but I've traded a lot of pharmaceuticals in the past. And yeah, the buy the rumors, sell the news has definitely worked for me in the past. I'm not a financial advisor, and nothing in this video is financial advice of any kind. We get it, Juno. Have a nice day. NASDAQ, 75 points from breaking the lower Bollinger Band. Jeez. The composite's down 3.48%. What a gap down from 11,371 to 10,998. Laughing at the comments. You guys are the best. Oh, you guys are too funny. AMC's down to $11.15. That's fucking wonderful. Massive red volume here on the day. Does that look natural? Nope. Not at all. That's why I'm not worried. If this were, say, Apple or Amazon or Facebook, Google, I'd be extremely concerned. This is AMC we're talking about here. And GameStop and heavily shorted meme stocks. There's a reason that you have a lot of red days. Because out of nowhere, well, out of nowhere they look like this. Like Bluebird Bio, still up 34% on the day. After heavy shorting throughout the entire day. Like I said, giant pre-market gap up and then shorting for the entire rest of the day. Try to cool off the implied volatility. Bluebird will probably make another run tomorrow, but it will spend the majority of today, if not the entire day, just getting crushing down this implied volatility and historical volatility. It's hanging out at 149 right now. I'm fairly positive that this was, at 200 or above just several minutes ago when this stock was trading around, $7 plus a share during the morning gap up. Dow dropped 600 points in the day. S&P is at 3772, down 3 1/4 still. The Direction Daily Real Estate Bearish ETF is up 11 1/4 right now as well. Let's go over to the market scanner and see what our top gainers are. I have a feeling I already know what's on there. OTC bullshit, pink sheet bullshit, and meme stocks. Let's see what we got. OTC, yes. And then we got Dawn, day one biopharmaceuticals up 100% still on the day, as we just got done talking about the pharma stocks. Hillstream Biopharma, penny stock is up to 79% on the day. Cerberus Cyber Sentinel, 42% gains. Stock ticker CISO, no news whatsoever. Only 100,000 shares left to borrow right now, and is up 40% today from yesterday. Looking at it here from the last several days. There we go. Let me expand this chart. So this stock was hanging out strong here. June 2nd at $6. Then we had June 6th at $9.50. June 7th at almost $10. June 8th at $10 flat. Heavily shorted on the 9th. Nothing but red candles. You want to see manipulation? Look at this. Red. How many? Like, what's that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 red candles in a row. Nothing but heavy volume to bring the price down from $8.16 to $5.80. This is the level of manipulation that people should come to expect by now. As a matter of fact, it was even higher. If you go from the peak from $9 earlier today and currently at 5 1/4. Excuse me one second. There you go. More heavily shorted red candles. Take a look at that. Hanging out at 455 on CISO and expected to keep getting crushed. But still up 52% from yesterday. Dana, that's too funny. You're the best. What else you got? Redbox Entertainment. The star of the show, several days in a row. Up 29.5% on the day. Smoke them if you got them, says Wake Up. It's that time of day. It's morning. It's always that time of day. Where's my boards? There we go. Chelsea, hanging out here to get hyped is my morning routine. Welcome. I'm glad to hear that. I'm extremely happy to hear that. Redbox, still hanging out at $17.15. Look at this massive volume here. Insane. 759K volume on a one. Hang on, sorry, I'm looking at a 5-minute candle here, but that's still huge. Got 557,000 here. 617,000 here. Isn't it funny how 711,000 in positive pressure causes a smaller price increase than, or a price change, I should say, than 307,000 volume 5 minutes later for red candle. And I'm on the 1 minute. My excuse me there for misspeaking a second ago. I wasn't on the 5 minute. I'm on the 1 minute. There we go. Get the moving average back up there. Use a 20-day EMA. Just a moving average in general here. It works. Lisa Clark, never heard of Celsius Exchange till this morning. Yeah, it's before I go there, let's just check on Bitcoin real quick and see what's happening over there. Still struggling at that to hold on to that 23,000 support, retesting it multiple times, and we've got 23,500 was retested and broke underneath several times. Tried to regain its footing and broke underneath several more times, and I was now using 23,300, 23,200 as a current support level on the stock. Vic says, new follower, been watching for a few days now. How did I not know about this channel? Love your streams, man. Hey, Vic, I appreciate you, as does everyone in the think tank. I think there's a lot of suppression happening on YouTube, especially when you're talking about things like meme stocks and COVID and Russia and China, such as we do on this channel. It's macroeconomics and going against the grain is what this channel is all about. We don't give a shit what the mainstream media is pushing. We don't give a shit what the government's pushing. They can push their own shit as far as I'm concerned. We are on our own doing what we have to do to get the real facts and the real details about the markets. And as a matter of fact, something that really pisses me off is the fact that, according to the Federal Reserve, U.S. household wealth has declined for the first time in 2 years in the first quarter of 2022. That's lie. That's a lie. And the Bureau of Economic Analysis.gov, BEA.gov reports prove that that's a lie. Because in the first quarter of 2021, according to the United States Bureau of Economic Analysis, Americans had $4.07 trillion in their savings. $4 trillion. First quarter of 2022, 12 months later, 1 year later, that's been cut by 75%. Americans had only $1.15 trillion in savings as of the first quarter of 2022, because inflation is tearing people to pieces. It is killing the middle class. Absolutely destroying the middle class. And inflation has not peaked. What the fuck good is your 3% raise when month over month, 12-month trailing inflation's at 5.4, 6.2, 6.8%, 7.5, 7.9, 8.5%, 8.6 now? That's not a runaway train. I don't know what is. So thanks so much, Vic. I appreciate you. I'm glad you finally found the channel, my friend. That's why I'm doing these longer streams as well. As much of a kind of a time drain that it is for me, it's a lot of fun. I'm going to watch the market anyway, to be honest with you. So at least I'm here doing it with you guys and sharing what little bit of information I can. Binance has halted the withdrawal of Bitcoin. Binance has completely halted the withdrawal of Bitcoin. CEO says they're fixing an issue, and he says it's going to take longer than expected. Yep, it's transitory. Nothing to see here, ladies and gentlemen. Our economy, our stock market, our real estate market, jobs, they're in great shape. Supply chain, no worries. Vaccine, safe. Watch out for the monkeypox. We're going to be looking at some more hardcore price action on this stock market. The Fed interest rate decision is on Wednesday. The FOMC meeting statement is on Wednesday. Economic predictions from the FOMC are on Wednesday. And Fed Chair Jerome Powell speaks on Wednesday, and he's going to have to get the motherfucking money printer out because he's going to need it. Counselor Murray, thank you, buddy. He says, when will AMC get off the SPY nipple? Salute, boss, and let's chat. Let's go. Well, my friend, you can hang out on the SPY nipple for as long as these guys can maintain their liquidity and their margin requirements from going into default. Once it does, well, let's just say hedge funds are looking an awful lot like Jerome Powell in this photo. They're gonna look. They're gonna be sweating hard. Hedge funds are really trying to live day by day as of this moment. This S&P is at 3773, down 3.25%. The Nasdaq Composite's down 3.9%. The Russell 1000 is down 3.34%. Affirm Holdings is down almost 11% again. DWAC down almost 13%. Just getting absolutely clobbered. Now, again, the reason that Counselor Murray asks is because, again, if you've been on this channel for a while, you'll know that heavily shorted meme stocks follow the SPY and the underlying exchange-traded funds in which they're held. I said that backwards. They follow the exchange-traded funds in which the underlying asset is held, such as IWM, which holds AMC, etc. As those exchange-traded funds and the indices, such as the Russell 1000 for GameStop and the Russell 2000 for AMC as of today, when they lose value, they bring the stocks held within those exchange-traded funds and indices down with them. The reason you see stocks like AMC stop at $9.92 when they got shorted that far and then jump right back above $10 is because when a stock like AMC goes under $10, all of those shares that they own of AMC take a collateral haircut. That means that a haircut, like it gets shorter. So they take a little bit more of a, okay, let me rephrase. With a collateral haircut, AMC stock would have less margin value, less collateral value, and say they were to lose 20% of that collateral of those AMC stocks, hedge funds would have to go out and buy more assets aside from AMC to make up for that 20% loss. Therefore, keeping AMC within the $10 to $12 range is extremely important. That will continue to stay there until the moment that something breaks. And as you can see, we've already seen Bitcoin breaking. We've seen the SPY breaking. We've seen Ethereum breaking. And now we're seeing heavily shorted stocks like Redbox and AERC breaking. And little by little, you're going to see other stocks begin to do crazy shit. Just like we did in January of 2021. Just like we did in May and June of 2021. Except this time, Biden's not going to be able to extend the executive order that caused the AMC and GameStop run the last two times, which are Executive Order 13959, Executive Order 13974, Executive Order 14032, and now known as Executive Order 13959 as amended. Therefore, if Biden were to extend these and provide China military industrial complex companies with full collateral and money basically to China, easy money, they would be a red carpet rollout for China to waltz into Taiwan and take it right along with Taiwan Semiconductor Company, which is building 6 new factories here in the United States and is scrambling to move their semiconductor building and manufacturing from Taiwan to the United States. Chief economist from the CCP stated publicly that China must take Taiwan and Taiwan Semiconductor, TSMC is the stock ticker, before that's the wrong ticker, my bad. TSM, my bad. It's TSM is the stock ticker. The CCP chief economist has warned that China has to take Taiwan and Taiwan Semiconductor Company before they have the chance to move their manufacturing to the 6 new plants that are being built in the United States. These are very smart people. You don't become the chief economist for China without knowing a thing or two. And same thing goes here in the United States. That's why I don't believe Janet Yellen and the Fed when they said that they didn't understand that inflation was transitory. We know that's bullshit. When Janet Yellen says that the Treasury, 75-year-old woman, head of the United States Treasury, the Plunge protection team, and former Fed president, say that they didn't understand the factors that would lead to the inflation that we're currently seeing is complete and utter bullshit. And it's saying things like this that's probably got a shadow band in the beginning to begin with. And I don't fucking care. Because that's not what the point is here. The only point here is to try to share the information that we have with as many as possible. Excuse me one second. Trey Spider, Pantheon, thanks for coming out, my friends. It's great to have you here. Aeroclean still hanging out strong, $15.53, up 24% on the day. Bluebird still up 27%. And like I said, there's no reason that this stock should keep running today. This stock's going to get beaten into the ground for the majority of the day. It had its pre-market move and is now, they're going to do everything they can to bring it down as low as possible. The 52-week low on this stock was $2.87 and the high was $35.59. Currently open today at 649 and was at a 695 high, low of 469, currently at 470, and expected to continue onwards, continue moving downwards. Let's see, Bitcoin, absolute slaughter. There goes 23,000. We are at 22,880, ladies and gentlemen. Bitcoin is on fire. Where's Johnny Bravo? Cue the fire. Oh, man. That's nuts. That's nuts. There's no liquidity left in Bitcoin. Look at those small fucking candles. Teeny tiny. All right. They have shrunk significantly. 22,861 on Bitcoin, down 16.6. It was down like, 22, a little bit lower than it currently is, right? 22.3. It keeps trying to break into that 20 underneath, above that 23,000 level, and every time they try, it just gets smashed back to pieces. That's comical, I've got to say. 22.7 and hanging on. There will be no crypto recovery today. Again, I'm not a financial advisor. Nothing on this channel is financial advice. My trade notification just came through. And I did get my price on some bluebird calls. I went fishing on Friday. I'm sorry, it was actually Thursday. It didn't fill yesterday, but my call options for Bluebird Bio actually filled today. Let's see, June 6th, the stock was at 301. June 2nd, it was at 290. Been trading between a 290 and a $3.50 range for quite a while. Looks like a 463 seems to be breaking out. And I would say, take a look at what happened on the 7th. You see those green candles? Bringing us from 295 straight up to 342. Just a shitload of hedging. Delta hedging, in my opinion, buying back of shares. And then starting from 250 till the afternoon, till, you know, well after the market closed. Continued on upwards on the 7th. Looking at the 8th, some sideways trading, consolidation. We had the weekend. And then today, another big gap up from the morning. And also delta hedging all morning long up until, sorry, actually that's the 10th. My apologies, that's Friday. So we had the same morning gap up on Friday, crushed all day long. Today still just consolidating, getting crushed down right now as of the 13th. This was the end of the day on the 10th, Friday. And a movement today. Lots of heavy red volume. Look at the volume we were seeing previously. Very, very low volume. Almost no movement here. And then just massive red candles happening here. This goes from 20 volume, no volume, 29 volume, 204 volume to 2.75 thousand, 2,000, 1.6 thousand, 1.5 thousand, 1.8 thousand, etc. 1,000, etc. You get my point. We got a 3.37 thousand volume candle here on the 1 minute chart for Bluebird. Heavily shorted meme stocks, baby. Remember, everybody, we didn't short the stocks. We didn't cause this problem. Let me take a look here. We got to catch up in the think tank. We are well behind everybody else in the think tank right now. Let's take a quick peek here. Bitcoin at 22.7. Ethereum's at 1176. Aave is down 21% to 5538. Quant USDC is down 11%. Litecoin is down 14%. Compound token 18%. Solana 14% to 2632. Yes, you guys have the information straight from the Federal Reserve. Thanks, AP. Good post there. Major brands hit by shrinkflation. That's the thing, is stagflation. Inflation, stagflation, hyperinflation. It doesn't just cause the price to go up, it causes things to get smaller. Gatorade's 32-ounce bottles, not only did the price go up, but they're not 32 ounces anymore. They're 28 ounces now. Charmin, previously 264 sheets to wipe your ass. Now you only get 244 sheets. Folgers coffee, 51%. Original 51-ounce containers are now down to 43.5-ounce containers. Same thing with Cottonelle, from 340 sheets for tissue down to 312 sheets. Another 8% drop. They are making everything smaller and increasing the prices. I remember as a kid walking into the grocery store and looking at things and going, damn, Ma, how did these ice cream sandwiches get so small? You know, and she says, well, this was right after 2008, 2010. You know, I remember that. I wasn't really a kid. I was just younger, I should say. I'm 36 years old. So I remember 2008 very clearly, right? So I was in my early 20s, and And I just remember like talking to my mom, be like, how the hell is everything getting so tiny? And she goes, that's inflation at work. And I really started digging a little bit deeper to figure that out. And it's not just increasing prices, it's making everything smaller. Jerome Powell's speech at 8:45 in the morning on Friday, the 17th, at the inaugural conference on the international roles of the U.S. dollar. He will also be live on Wednesday afternoon for a meeting. Lots of issues on Wednesday, as a matter of fact. AERC, the heavily shorted stock we were just talking about. Thanks for posting this up, buddy. The days to cover, the max is at 41.45. And the cost to borrow is up 1,000%. The cost to borrow on AERC, Aero Clean Technology, is up 1,000%. Cheers, motherfuckers. We're going to be so rich. Just in, Celsius reportedly transferred $320 million worth of crypto to FTX before announcing they would halt all trading and withdrawals on the platform. Celsius is going bankrupt. The SPY is tanking. Bitcoin is tanking. Now you're going to hear people saying it's good for Bitcoin. These dinosaurs. It's not. It's not, my friends. Celsius Network is pausing all withdrawals, swaps, and transfers. They say that acting in the interest of our community is our top priority. Our operations continue, and we will continue to share information with the community. The head of Celsius, I believe, is a 24-year-old former porn star who studied business and marketing. I remember being 24 years old, starting my first businesses. She doesn't know shit. By executive order, we're going to be so fucking rich. Remember, this week, Wednesday, 2 p.m. Eastern, interest rate by the Fed. We're going to see 75 basis points, I believe, for the first time, and it's going to shock and awe the markets. However, they do have a little bit of room since we know J. Powell has no balls, and he's probably going to stick with a 50, which is going to keep inflation in superinflation territory. 75 basis points is the minimum we need monthly. Every single rate hike, 75 basis points. We need to bring this thing up pretty much 800 basis points immediately. Immediately. This thing needs to be Paul Volckered with the quickness. I want to thank Pantheon AMC on YouTube for making these hilarious memes. Say hello to my little stock. If you didn't know from Friday, Chinese bank runs are incoming. All Shanghai banks are restricting withdrawals. Some people haven't been able to make large withdrawals for over 45 days. So 15 hours ago, I took a picture of Bitcoin. I was just saying goodbye. And, well, I said bye, Bitcoin. Hello, future AMC and GameStop millionaires and billionaires. It was still at 26,676 at that time. This was yesterday at 7 p.m. And I knew I had a lot more to go. Here we are today. Bitcoin's holding on strong. 22,825. desperately clinging to that 22,500 support mark. Whoa. We have to really scroll down. That's a big scroll down right there. 22,858 at the moment. Meanwhile, the S&P 500, 37.58, 3.66% losses. NASDAQ Composite extending its bloody day to 4.25%. The Russell 1000 is down 3.8%. My friends, this is exactly what's expected when these guys, market makers and hedge funds, need to pull money out of the stock market, FANG mat stocks, crypto, the bond market, and precious metals, etc., and put them into heavily shorted stocks like Aero Clean Technologies and Redbox and Bluebird Bio. DWAC extending losses to 14.75%. GameStop down to 115. This is extremely good news, in my opinion, for holders of these meme stocks, of like AMC and GameStop, including things like BBIG, Bior, MMAT, Sundial, Ocugen, and many other meme stocks. Because if you can pull up the contracts, you can see the puts and calls. You can see the married puts, divorced puts. You can see, if you go looking into the ISDA contracts, you can actually see the swaps that are taken out on stocks like AMC and GameStop, and the futures, and the way that they're rolled, and the vast amount of shares that are being borrowed. You can even use Ortex to look at the short interest. And that's just self-reported short interest. That'd be like me telling the police officer I was only doing 35 and a 30. Does that make sense? I was doing 35 miles in a 30, officer. Can you cut me a break? Yeah, no problem. When in reality, I was doing about 150. It's the same thing. Because it's all self-reported. There are no checks and balances. It's extremely complicated in order to make you and I unable to follow what's happening on the stock market. But times have changed. The VIX is still climbing. The stock market's still falling. And meme stock investors in AMC and GameStop are still buying and holding. And now they've wised up to the fact that calls are not bad for the stock. Market makers aren't the only ones that own calls. If I sell a call, you might buy it from me. Or the market maker. There's no saying who it came from. So in reality, you may be giving your money to another retail investor who just made money, who's going to turn around and reinvest that into their own favorite meme stock. In addition, even if you do lose some money on weeklies, the amount of money lost on weeklies does not exceed the amount of money that needs to be used to delta hedge calls that are never hedged for. The reason that you don't see stock prices go up is because these guys are not hedging by buying shares of AMC and GameStop in the way that they're supposed to. They only do that when they get margin called. That's the way that they're able to create a shitload of synthetics, naked shorts, sell naked shorts, and sell you puts that they don't actually have any shares to cover. That's why on June 3rd, the same day of the executive order, 13959 as amended, implementation, full implementation, I should say, June 3rd, 2022, you saw GameStop be removed from Interactive Broker's short selling list. Interactive Broker, the company that I'm using right fucking now to show you this on, I've got multiple brokerages, and IBKR is one of them. They are not allowing the short sellers to sell puts on GameStop. They've pulled the buy button for the short sellers of GameStop because they cannot find any GameStop shares. So they've been sending people notices that if they're unable to come up with the shares for, say, puts or naked puts that you might be selling, they'll have to close your positions for you. That's only happening on GameStop. And pretty soon, I think we'll see it across other meme stocks. GameStop's equity risk premium on trailing earnings per share reached a recent low of negative 6.9. In the past, this has led to an increase in price. Historically, this led to a median increase in GameStop price of 178% over the following 3 months. Toggle analyzed 11, not 10, but 11 similar situations in the past to produce the median projection and the confidence band below. Most recently was on May 3rd, 2022. The chart above shows the expected path, which is the dotted line, based on performance during similar episodes in the past. The shaded area represents a confidence band. That would be this shady area here, and which they believe would be the upper and lower indicators there. The horizontal green line indicates the level the assets is expected to reach. The horizontal red line is a possible stop loss level. All right. That being said, take a look at the above and they detected a consistent relationship between the driver above and the subsequent asset movements of what we just stated to be around 178% increase in a 3-month period, median preceding this kind of indicator. The chart marks the dates in the past when the driver was at a comparable level as of right now. There have been 11 distinct episodes comprising a total of 169 trading days. 100% of those days resulted in an upward move over a 3-month horizon. 100% out of 11 of the distinct episode of 169 trading days resulted in this. Toggle found 3 months to be the optimal trade horizon for this driver after testing a range of possible alternatives. Keep in mind, they said that historically this has led to a median increase in GameStop price of 178.12% over the following 3 months, as shown in the chart below. I'm not a financial advisor, and this is not financial advice. They ran a battery of back tests to ensure the robustness of relationships between this specific driver and the asset, GameStop. By highlighting actual past returns from this insight, it helps traders uncover potential downside risk to the trade and manage risk. And again, past history does not predict future gains or losses. It's just an indicator of what's happened in the past and a possibility of what may happen in the future. But as of now, 11 out of 11, 100% of these are on the fucking money. 178% increases in price over GameStop over the following 3 months after we've seen trailing EPS reach a recent low of negative 6.9. Pretty simple stuff. Target return percentages. Actual returns. So people were targeting, oh shit, look at this. People were targeting 10, 20, 30, 40, 50% returns. And their actual returns were 200, 400, 600, 800%. Look at the dots on the plot line. The scatter plot on the right shows the actual past returns based on this insight to help compare the risk of losses versus potential gains. You want to talk fundamentals, motherfuckers? These are fundamentals. This is technical analysis. And again, I'm not a financial advisor, and anything can happen. But 11 out of 11, this has led to a 178% increase at median over the following 3 months after the EPS reaches a trailing 6.9% low. That's fucking bullish. Nope. Dare I say, that's not 50% gain target returns that people were getting. That was 200, 400, 600, 800% returns that were actual. That's apish, my friends. To give you a sense of the insight's profit potential, the line chart shows the cumulative return from the trading on this insight, starting with $1. Ideally, an insight has a high cumulative return and small drawdowns. The total number of days when the trade was active here looks like the best for cumulative returns appears to be around 160 to 170 days, in which the total number of days when the trade was active reaches the maximum cumulative return dollars figure around the 70 here being the peak, obviously to a low of 0. That is really interesting. I really like seeing this. Whoa. I need some water. Oh, shit. you shut that for me? 178 fucking percent. That's blowing my own mind. Holy shit.
Thirsty.
Dude, for real. Let's go to the watch list. Cheers, motherfuckers.
Did you see what I posted in Ape Chat?
22.7. Go ahead, brother.
I just asked if you saw what I was drinking on in Ape Chat.
Oh, let's take a look. We all having mimosas already? What's this about 20 senators? Oh my God. What the fuck kind of gun control are these guys talking about now? Jesus. Today, a bipartisan group of 20 senators, 10 Democrats and 10 Republicans is announcing a breakthrough agreement on gun violence. The first in 30 years. I'm almost scared to see what the fuck they're gonna announce. Mortgage-backed securities have gone no bid, for those of you guys that are unaware. This is probably the most important thing that I've said all day. Mortgage-backed securities have gone no bid as of Friday. Nobody's buying the fucking things. The theater took more than a decade to overstuff. Not likely everyone gets out in less than a year. He's talking about shorts. He's talking about shorts. Fuck yeah! Michael fucking Burry. You can read between the lines and think whatever the fuck you want. I'm not a financial advisor. But if you ask me, this motherfucker is telling you, no, he's stating, he's not telling you anything, that AMC took over a decade to short to this fucking level. There's no way that they got out in less than a year. In the 365 time frame, 365 days from last June 3rd, 2021, when the executive order led AMC to an all-time high of $77 through June 3rd of this year. It's not likely that everyone gets out in less than a year. We're going to have some serious bag holders over here, and they're going to be named Gabe Foreskin and Kenneth Cordell Bedpost Griffin. You could think that Burry's talking about crypto. Sure, but would that make sense? Where's the theater in crypto? Party at Elmo's house. Details soon. Oh yeah, my man Edward Britchick. You guys want to know about short sales and why you don't know more about them? Because Credit Suisse failed to report 7 years of short sales. 7 years, my friends. You don't know about short selling because Credit Suisse doesn't report 7 fucking years worth of short selling. This is directly from FINRA. Thanks to Edward Britchick on Twitter for showing us this, dude. Thank you so much. This is fucking phenomenal. From February 2015 through April 2nd, according to FINRA, Credit Suisse failed to establish and maintain a supervisory system, including written supervisory procedures designed to comply with FINRA rules regarding trade reporting of short sales, in violation of FINRA rules 3110 and 2010. Credit Suisse failed to submit short sale indicators to the TRF and the ORF. FINRA rules 6182 and 6624 require members to indicate on trade reports submitted to FINRA whether a transaction is a short sale or is a short sale exempt transaction. A violation of this rule, well, basically, they've violated this rule for 7 fucking years. For 7 years, Credit Suisse did not report short sales to FINRA. This is why you don't see. This is why at the beginning of this video, when I said that it's self-reported, like when I tell the police officer I was doing 35 miles an hour and a 30 mile an hour, zone. It's the same thing. Credit Suisse is telling FINRA they're going 30 miles an hour and a 30, when in reality they're doing 150 miles an hour for 7 fucking years. 7 years. Now, God, that gets me so pissed off. Fucking furious. But at the same time, I want to say thank you, Credit Suisse. Thank you. Because it's assholes like you that help things like this happen. Here goes ARC making another run. AERC making another fucking run upwards. From $11.62 at $9.25, currently at $17.23 on AERC. It's thanks to Credit Suisse and all these other banks and all these other hedge funds and family offices that self-report their data that we're going to see much, much more of this. Again, thanks to Edward Britchuk on Twitter. Make sure you guys follow this guy if you're not. You know, we don't have to take his word for it. He's not just telling us, bro. Trust me, bro. He's saying, here's the fucking FINRA document. Financial Industry Regulatory Acceptance Letter of Acceptance, Waiver, and Consent from the Department of Enforcement to Credit Suisse Securities. Credit Suisse is a diversified investment bank broker-dealer with a customer base that includes hedge funds, pension funds, corporate clients, and affiliates. And high net worth individuals, rich bastards. The firm, which became a FINRA member in 1936, employs 2,200 people and has 30 offices. You want to know how much they got? Oh, sorry. Let me say this again. You want to know how much they got fined for that 7 years? Well, they only got fined $487,000, basically. $487,000 is the fine that it was for Credit Suisse for 7 years of non-reported short positions. Holy shit, man. And then people wonder why they keep doing this. It's so cheap. They're making billions and billions of dollars off this stuff.
It's like robbing a bank and then getting caught and being like, hey, if you give half the money back, you can go.
Okay. FINRA explained that all tape reports must include a short sale indicator if the seller is short. It's as simple as pushing a key on the keyboard. If you don't hit the key, it's not a short sale. You don't even have to hit the key. You have to literally do nothing. To report a sale as not being short, to lie about it, you just do nothing. They don't even have to go out of their way. Instead of marking it not short, they just don't mark it short. But again, therefore, as it says right here in the FINRA document, Credit Suisse violated these FINRA rules. Oh, and you know what? I was wrong. I was looking at the wrong thing. They only get a $200,000 fine. So, hey, the cost of doing business, $200,000, baby. We only made, 20 billion, 200 billion off this. What's $200,000? And that, my friends, is the reason that we are going to be so motherfucking rich. Thank you, Kenny. Thank you, Credit Suisse. Very much. Keep shorting that silver. Keep that price down. Let's take a look at Bitcoin. Bet you any money it's not looking great. Oh, that's cute. Trying back to hold on to that 23,000 mark still. No surprise. Let's take a look at the indices. The S&P is still down at 3.25, doing its thing. 37.74. The NASDAQ composite down 4.5. Russell 1000 down 3.5 almost. The NASDAQ 100 index, same 4.3. XLF, financial sector, down 2.6%. Energy sector, XLE, 5.39%. And the gold and silver index even is down 6.72. Money's coming out of everywhere. On Friday, we saw a retreat out of bonds into silver. Now we're seeing a retreat out of the stock market, out of Bitcoin, out of silver. Out of precious metals. Everywhere. The only thing money seems to be going into is OTC bullshit and heavily shorted meme stocks. Redbox is at 1753, 32.8% days. 32.8% green today. Mark McGillis says, why don't you interview Gary Gensler and Ken Griffin? That sounds like a great idea, my friend. Mark Mills says there's no shares left to borrow on AMC. I'm not surprised, my friend. I'm not surprised in the slightest. John Powell says, this is awesome. I knew all the puts would pay off. I still have 6 months of time. I've made over 200 grand today. I'm holding physical silver. Governments are going to need a bailout. No question. My man. Congratulations, John. You've earned it, my friend. You put your balls in line. You put your money on the line. And here you stand today, $200,000 stronger. I wish you peace and wealth, my friend. You got a long way to go. You are doing great. Excellent, John. I love hearing that stuff. Speaking of that, maybe I should check on my puts real quick while we're on the topic. Take a quick look at the volatility index and see how that puppy's moving too. Checking my own on my phone. See the top gainers still while we're doing that. Again, look, penny stock, pink sheet, crap, and then you got meme stocks, extremely heavily shorted stocks, Redbox, AeroClean, then you've got Day One Biopharma, Dawn, up 117%. On speculation that they're getting approval, that they're going to be seeing clinical trials. I meant to say, excuse me. Protex Mobility, TXTM's up 116%, and this shit's worth a fraction of a penny. It's pink sheet crap. Pink sheet crap. Desperation, liquidity, and this stock is not heavily shorted. You want to know how I can see that? Because it's got 11.25 million shares available to borrow on this pink sheet garbage. So they're not shorting it, they're pumping it for liquidity because it's all in the name of liquidity. Optinos Inc. up 38.9%. Optinos Inc. There are 13,500 available stocks to short, shares of the stock to short. So you're seeing some, I believe, delta hedging. It looks like this has a really low float to begin with, but to be up 42% from a low of $1.97 to a high of $2.69, you know, they do have positive second chronic sinusitis phase 3 trials, which is, in my opinion, partially what's happening here. But what ends up happening is when a lot of these pharmaceutical stocks are extremely heavily shorted because it makes bank. A lot of these companies go bankrupt. And when they get a clinical trial or a successful FDA approval of some sort, it causes retail to buy the stock. And then it causes market makers and hedge funds to have to delta hedge by way of purchasing either calls or shares of said stock, which further increases the price, further increases the fear of missing out buying by retail, further increases the delta hedging, and further leads into a gamma squeeze if enough call contracts have to be hedged for. Again, keep in mind, people, 7 years Credit Suisse failed to report their short sales from February 2015 through April of 2022. That's absolutely insane. 7 fucking years. Jesus. SPY 374 incoming. What the hell? What is going on with this? My apologies, my friends. I've got to fix my screen here. I'm not sure what's going on. Give me one moment here. It's just stuck. So I'm going to refresh a couple things. There we go. Got it working. We're done. Mortgage-backed securities have gone no bid. There's no buyers on the bond market. The Federal Reserve is going to have no choice but to let them fall off their balance sheet as they mature, and they don't have that kind of time. That would take a decade, 8, 9 years. It would take 9 years if the Fed stopped buying and let them mature and fall off their balance sheet. There's no way that's going to happen. Great. I'm seeing AMC July 15th. Options have gone down in price quite a bit, as well as others. Granted, there's only 32 days till expiration, but the fact that the stock's down 9.5% is definitely bringing deep out of the money call contracts down heavily. There is still 125,000 open interest on the $145 strike for July, which in my opinion has not been hedged for. So excuse me while I take care of business. There's a lot of things here. The 140 strikes going for 7 cents. The 145 is going for 7 cents. 135. Let's take a look at September. September is 95 days from now. It's going up to $50 strike. That's going for 61 cents right now. Let's see December. That's only at a $35 strike. So you're seeing those at $1.35. You know, that's 186 days out. There's a ton of theta on there. Sometimes theta can work against you. And sometimes, many times, it can save your ass. Theta is your friend. Theta is your friend. Let's take a look at GameStop. What the fuck? There's Jimmy. Jimmy's now only down 8.74%. Remember, GameStop's equity risk premium on trailing earnings per share reached a recent low of 6.9%, negative 6.9%. In the past 11 out of 11 times, this has led to a median increase in GameStop price of 178% over the following 3 months. 11 out of 11 times. And as I showed you here from the target return versus the actual return, people were targeting 20 to 50% returns, and actually returns were 200 to 800% and above. That's apish right there, my friends. Take a look at GameStop's option chain. I guarantee you the price has gotten a lot cheaper on some of these July contracts. Let's see here. Way out of the money, 500. Those are things that are going for 87 cents. They're a little expensive in my opinion, but they're only down, 3 cents it looks like. But it looks like the $410 strike is down 36 cents. That's interesting. It looks like somebody might have just been desperate to sell a couple calls. But everything else seems to be going strong. Even the deep out of the money, as far as it goes, have only decreased by 3 cents there today as far as these contracts for GameStop. People know what they hold. The meme stockholders of AMC and GameStop, I think a lot of these people really understand that at any moment you could see that, 178% gain or way fucking more, like we saw in January, 2,000% plus gains on AMC and GameStop. Because the shorts started to roll positions and close out and cover and whatnot. Again, Dawn up 108% on the day. Let's take a look at the 1 day. What the fuck am I looking at on the 1 week? It's obnoxious. And on the 5-minute bars. Yeah, I don't think Bitcoin's going to 8K anytime soon, guys. Yeah, Richard, we've been looking at Dawn all day, my friend. Dawn's been doing great. Let's see what Redbox is happening right now. I really want to see. Jason Sharp says Friday will be super interesting. My friend, I'm still looking forward to, the next 3.5 hours of the day. Anything could happen at any moment. At any moment, a margin default could happen. At any moment, you could start seeing Gabe Plotkin's unwind from Melvin Capital that they said they were going to close out their positions by June 11th. June 11th was a Saturday. So if they closed out their positions on June 10th, Friday, that's mostly T+2 data for those swaps and futures, etc. So we won't see the price action from anything that happened from Melvin Capital. If it did, theoretically, on June 10th, as we were told it was going to happen, that would be seen tomorrow, Tuesday, June 14th. And if they closed out certain swaps and such on June 9th, because it's T2 data, trading day plus 2 business days, or should I say trading days, not business days, we were seeing that price action. We're going to see that today if it happens. And it could be things like AeroClean and Redbox. I'll be right back. I'm going to grab another. Insane. ETH still at 1217. Johnny Trepanier says, why didn't we hear anything about margin calls? Well, my friend, because margin calls aren't public. You're not informed when a margin call happens, nor are you informed when a default happens. The only way you can see if it happens is by looking for price action. Pay up, Ken Griffin. Redbox is undergoing a merger that is supposed to be complete by second half of this year. So, shorts have to close out positions on Redbox. There's 0 shares left to borrow on Redbox, but it's also 70% owned by Apollo Management, if my memory serves me correct. Make sure you look into that for yourself, because I may be a little off there. What's up with the blue line on the TTM turning red every now and then? It's supposed to remain blue. I'm not sure. Ape Cartel, can you expand on that? Ready for Somo says, merger with who? Chicken Soup for the Soul. Chicken Soup for the Soul. I'll show you. RDBX merger has agreed to a deal with Chicken Soup for the Soul. It's an all-stock deal. And what are they trying to convince people? That even if you buy today, you'll see more than 80% loss when the deal closes. The best move is to stay away, according to Investor Place. Now, let me see what I got to say about that here. Watch this. Last week, Redbox was trading at $7.65 a share. Last month, Redbox was trading at $2.90 a share. $2.20. No, $2.90. My fault. $2.80. Three months ago, it was trading at $2.06 a share. If it's only been a couple of weeks and the stock is up to $17.35, the merger doesn't take place not supposed to be completed till the second quarter. The second half of 2022. There's 0 shares left to borrow. The cost to borrow is up hundreds and hundreds of percent on Redbox. And mainstream media is telling us to stay away. In the short term, I wouldn't be surprised to see it go back near to all-time highs. $27 a share. Wouldn't be surprised at all. But again, I'm not a financial advisor. It's not financial advice, and I'm not telling anybody to buy or sell anything. Never. Do your own homework. Do your own due diligence. I'm here just providing information and my thoughts. Javi the Great, I actually think there's going to be much more positive pressure on Redbox, albeit with some red days in between, before it actually starts to come down significantly in price. Because there will likely be several more 20 to 30% days. We saw 3 of the 25, 30% days last week. It's Monday and we're seeing another now. Mortgage-backed securities are in the shitter again. I'm not surprised, man. Let's see. Yeah, Redbox is definitely sketchy. Doesn't mean people can't make some money off of it or lose some money off of it. You understand? So, never know. Bitcoin's at 23.2 now. Keep in mind, we got to look at the entire crypto markets, though, because they do kind of pull money from one equity to another. ETH to 1229 at the moment, up from its lows earlier of around 1169, 1165 or so. Javi says, I think make money on the way down is better. Probably on Redbox. I like that idea too, man. Get some puts might not be a bad idea. But again, it looks like the S&P's trying to push back upwards. BRQS volumes jumping. Cody, good call, my man. Let me pull it up on the market scanner. Ivan Crypto says, what do you think about Mullen? I think Mullen's extremely underpriced. Vengeance is mine. I'm not quitting till Kenny's chin is dripping. I ain't selling till they fire Janet Yellen. I ain't through till they liquidate 0.72. Until that price is ripping, I'll know there's still a lifeline for Kenny Griffin. UVIX is up 21%. Let's take a look and see what you guys are seeing over here. I can't see some of these. GME moved through the EMA 200. Very good. BRQS. Borks. 8.4% gains today. Not bad for a penny stock, but they don't have calls, which kind of sucks. And they have 1.1 million shares available to borrow right now. Not great. Nothing wrong with it, though. No, I don't even want to fucking deal with the bond scanner. Let's take a look at U.S. Treasuries on the run. Down 0.34, down 0.81 for May 2027. Long-term 10-year Treasuries 2032 are down 1.5%. Holy shit. 30-year is down 3.2%. Holy fuck. Yield curve inversion imminent. You know, let's just look at the 2Y, 10Y. The 2Y, 10Y is a 2-year over 10-year spread. It is down 93.13% because the closer this gets to zero and lower, that is a yield curve inversion. When it goes negative, that means that the 2-year is worth more than the 10-year. A negative 10-2-year spread has been viewed historically as a precursor to every recession from 1955 through 2018, but has occurred 6 to 24 months before the recession and is thus seen as a far leading indicator. But it happened April 1st of 2022. Right? We're there. That was several months ago. When else did it happen? It also happened August 30th of 2019. It was inverted by 0.03%. That was 2 years ago. My friends, we are in a recession. The government is lying to you. Biden is lying to you. Yellen is lying to you. Powell is fucking you in the ass. End the Fed. People need to stand up and say that enough is enough. The IRS needs to be fucking canceled. Cancel culture needs to move on to IRS and end the motherfucking Fed and IRS. We have had enough. Two-year Treasury yield spread is at 0.09% compared to 1.31% last year. This is lower than the long-term average of 0.93. There's the value right there, June 10th. And today we can look at the most recent one because that's on Y charts. Let's go to CNBC and pull the one from today. Here you go. 11:43 a.m. is down 9.26%. It's a 0.10. Right, and again, see, there you go. Here you go. Here you have the yield curve inversion. It was at negative 0.07 on April 1st. April Fools. The economy's fucked. And again, also on 19th. You want to know why it was down August of 2019? For those of you that are unaware. August and September. Because on September 19th, 2019, the RRP system failed. And we were below, we were well inverted because the government had to step in and save the bond market and the reverse repo market. The repurchase program, I should call it, not the repo market, reverse repo market. But you get the point. Denzel, the RRP occurs between 12:45 and 1:15 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So we'll have the results for the RRP at 1:15 p.m. Eastern Time today. AMC's hanging strong, you guys. GameStop's hanging strong. A lot of these meme stocks are just relaxing right now. It's the calm before the storm. My trade has executed. I feel great. All right. AMC's. Oh, yeah. Well, you know what? I'm logged in elsewhere. So I'm going to take 1 minute, 2 minutes while I log into my charting app, since I don't feel like being on the browser for IBKR anymore. Let's see what's going on the think tank Twitter list. Oil is on a massive rip. GMAC, good looking out. Oil up heavy on the day from a low of 117 to 129, 121.09 right now. Yes, I apologize, everybody. I own several businesses. I've got family. I will occasionally answer my phone if it's important. So, thank you for your patience. Please keep in mind, I don't do YouTube for profits. I do it for fun. I do it to share education. So I do still have to take care of business. Let's put it that way. Now, I could have told you this already, and we've said this 100 times. Silver is extremely underpriced, highly manipulated, is going to be in high demand for many things like solar panels and electric vehicle batteries. It is needed for everything. Whoops. Silver is the new gold, in my opinion. Zero shares available left to borrow on AMC. Absolutely none. Headstock, thank you very much. Ultra Ape, I appreciate you guys as well. I don't mean to be condescending or anything in any way, but business comes first. So my apologies. I will occasionally have to take the phone. Thank you guys. Late for class. I own a trucking company and a logistics company. We're a freight broker, as well as a broker dealer in the finance industry by the name of Lit Exchange, that's my newest company, which we're in the process of building right now, as well as I'm in the process of, what's the word I'm looking for? Overhauling my current trucking and logistics companies, which are called Hotshot Expediting Inc. and Hotshot Expediting Logistics LLC, based out of Addison, Illinois, Woodstock, Illinois, respectively, and Lit Exchange, which is my broker-dealer in the works with my new business partners who have been absolutely phenomenal. I could not be more excited for that. And maybe with a little luck, we'll be able to trade Dr. Metzler's cryptocurrency on Lit Exchange.
Hell yeah.
Fuck yeah, right?
I can't wait.
Oh, I love Steve Forbes. This old fuck doesn't give a shit about anybody. He says whatever he wants all the time. Forbes said on Fox News, people wonder what planet Biden's on. It's not planet Earth right now, and he needs to be brought down to Earth, and sadly, it's going to take an election to do it. The Bureau of Labor Statistics reported that the Consumer Price Index went up 8.6% in May, the highest in 40 fucking years. Gas prices surged well over $5 a gallon. Here in Chicago, they are way over $6 a gallon. Premium's over $7 a gallon. Diesel's over $7 a gallon. And in California, diesel and fuel's over almost $10 a gallon or higher at this point. Barrel of oil is up from $117 to $121 a barrel today. Experts have argued that Biden's hostility to fossil fuel production is responsible for the increase in energy prices across the board. This is not Putin's fault. The Biden administration canceled the sale of oil and gas leases in May and revoked the permit for the Keystone XL pipeline in January, which would have saved our fucking ass right now. Gas would still be $3 and change. And if you don't believe it, go look it up for yourself. Go do some more homework. Because literally even Steve fucking Forbes is telling you the president can complain and point the finger at Vladimir Putin or COVID or what he calls greedy companies. But poll after poll shows the American people overwhelmingly point the finger at this president and this administration. We know what they're doing. Popping this screen up here real quick. 1 second. Well, SPY is looking nasty still at 377. 374.93 was our low today on the SPY. Here you've got the 9th, June 9th. It's hanging out at 412. June 10th, we covered it all day, hanging out in the 390s. And today, we are down to 374.93. It's going to drag down the meme stocks. The SPY's got a long way to go. The FOMC meeting and rate hikes on Wednesday, this Wednesday, are going to further fuck the markets. And Bitcoin and liquidity. And we've got a shitload of stocks that have triggered the uptick SSR rule. Heavily short, all the heavily shorted stocks. Affirm Holdings, down 12.6% on SSR. AMC, Ader, BBBY, Biora, CEI, DoorDash, DWAC, Express, GME, all triggered the SSR. Lucid, Metamaterials, MRIN, and Mullen, as well as Regis, Snapchat, and Sundial, all triggered the SSR rule. But OCGN still has not. So that leads me to believe that it's moving down along with the indices very easily. Russell 2000 is down 4.18%.
Market data connection lost.
Well, get my fucking market data connection back. That shit's expensive.
Market data connection reestablished.
That's what I fucking thought, Jeeves. Here we got our Bollinger Band set up. My buddy was just talking to me about them, as a matter of fact. You can see them here. The Russell 2000. Come on, back up. Hanging out low in the lower part of the bands. It's just getting sucked to the purple band quite easily. I see more downside on the way from it looks like, according to this chart. Yeah. This is the Russell 2000. So it's just the overall indices. Here, I'm just going to grab it here. Here. Right there. On the lower end. And then on the top end, I can grab it across. I can't even skip yesterday. Turn them off because they're a little hard to see with them on. Redbox still up strong, 30%. Star of the day. Aero Clean. AERC is our new star of the day, up 34% and making new highs. $18.15 fucking cents. Wow. That stock is fierce. Let's take a look at the daily lineup. Russian forces expand control of Severodonetsk. With billions going to Ukraine, officials warn of potential fraud and waste. Gee, we haven't been saying that the whole time on this channel, huh? The VIX is at 33.44, ladies and gentlemen. Still up 20% on the day. The United States is sending roughly $130 million a day to Ukraine, plus other economic assistance. And so far, $54 billion that Congress has appropriated for Ukraine since January dwarfs U.S. aid to any other country, including Afghanistan, at the height of the U.S. military involvement. The United States and the Democrats are trying everything they can to protect their money laundering playground, the Pentagon biolaboratories in Ukraine, and the current government that they've set up with Zelensky, as well as the military bases in the area. Did my order fill? Sure did. Actually, I got to check today's activity. Chinese defense minister says a nuclear buildup is well justified. NASDAQ still down 3.65%. What do we have here? The NDXT's down 5% today. The NASDAQ Tech Index is just getting smashed to pieces. Excuse me, my favorite meme stock's on sale. I need to make a purchase. Remember, everybody, deep out of the money call options cause gamma. Former hedge fund manager Charles Gradante told us that. Remember? Yeah, take a look at BBIG. You're not lying, dude. BBIG's getting fucking smashed. And it's actually coming back quite nicely right now. PBIG is a barcode kind of stock, so for this kind of wide movement, it's really interesting. It's unnatural. Bed Bath & Beyond has been getting crushed. Just a massive gap down from yesterday. And it's actually building itself way back up right now. The Direction Daily Real Estate Bearish ETF, it's double leveraged, is up 12.7% today because our real estate market's in the shitter. IWM. IWM is the iShares Russell 2000 ETF. The top holding of IWM is AMC. If I recall, there's around 13 million AMC shares or more now in the IWM. So as the IWM goes down, so will AMC. As the Russell 2000 goes down, so will AMC. And same with the Russell 1000 with GameStop and all the ETFs which hold it. The SPY's is attempting a recovery. There you go. Look at that pump. Look at that massive, massive volume. We went from 31,000, 21,000 to 50,000 volume, and this candle's not even over. Could the Plunge team be injecting some naked shorts, selling naked shorts on the VIX?
Market data connection lost.
Oh, that sure as fuck looks like it.
Market data connection
Does the bear shit
reestablished.
in the woods?
Good one. Hey, how's that Lego build coming along, bro?
It's difficult, but it's decent. I'm putting together the engine now. It's actual electric engine.
Show me. Can you take a picture of that box again? I want to, or put it up on Ape Chat. I want to take a look at it again. That thing looks fucking awesome.
Lost.
This is the ship we're going to the fucking dark side of the moon in.
Market data connection reestablished.
Headstock Harem, you like that thumbnail? I love it, man. That thing, I keep looking at it. It makes me laugh every single time I look at it.
There you go.
Sweet. Let me see. Blue still up 23% on the day, but making new lows. Like I said earlier, blue's going to get shorted and shorted and shorted for the majority of the day. I did pick up some calls on it, full disclosure, that I started fishing for on Thursday at a very, very low price, and it finally filled a little while ago today. So I'm happy about that, because even if it continues to trend downward today and I lose some money today and tomorrow on the calls, I think blue's going to keep moving upward in the same fashion it has been for the last couple weeks, just like AERC, Aeroclean Technologies, and Redbox. But Redbox, calls on Redbox are really expensive because it's got I think the strike price only goes up to $18. So I just don't see the cost benefit and plus with the fact that it's owned by Redbox hedge funds. A lot of people are scalping Redbox, and that's fine. To each his own. But for me, it just doesn't make sense to use that kind of money on it. You know, there's other things that I'm playing with. And again, to each his own. Do whatever you think is best. If you're a day trader, if you're a scalper, or if you're just a buyer and holder. Ooh, that was bought back real quick. That VIX was bought back real fast. That SPY still at 378.16. Let's go over the 200 EMA on the SPY. Well, on Friday, we crossed under the 200 EMA on the SPY, moved back into it, and then crossed under it again today. I wouldn't be surprised to see the same thing happen tomorrow. And again on Wednesday, even worse, when Jerome Powell opens up his fucking mouth and they announce interest rates. Let's go to a little closer time frame. Stick with the 20-day EMA right now and take a look at it. In yellow now, the line still under it in the mornings. Follow the same pattern. Last several days in a row. Let's take a look at the Bollinger Bands. We'll use 2 standard deviations on it. The purple band is the lower band and the gray band is the upper band. It's kind of like a vortex indicator. See the vortex indicator here at the bottom, the green band, as the VI negative goes over the VI plus and crosses over. It's like a sound wave, and they reverberate across each other. The higher the selling pressure goes, the higher the shorting goes, the higher the red line will go. And then as it starts to turn bullish, the green line will cross over the red line like it does here and start to show bullish pressure. It could either cross back under and turn bearish again, or if there's more positive buying pressure on the SPY, it could go higher and the green line would go higher, diverge from the red line, and they would separate, much like they kind of were back here, but vice versa. And Bollinger Bands are kind of the same thing. They widen and they tighten, except they don't cross over usually. They widen and tighten. It's an upper band and a lower band. And as it gets, as it becomes selling pressure, they start to widen to the downside. And as it starts to become like consolidation or buying pressure, it kind of starts to get tighter and tighter or move up to the upside with the gray lines. So yeah, the Bollinger Bands continue to look bearish on that, on the entire fucking market right now. Bitcoin. Let's see where we're at. Oh, there it is. Click the wrong button. 23,386 right now. RSI on Bitcoin is around 59. The stochastic RSI is extremely overbought at 95, and it's been up there for a while. I see it's at 23,435, and it's extremely overbought. Bitcoin's coming back under 23,000 in the next couple hours. Not financial advice, just my estimates. Felix Mendoza asks, are margin calls done automatically? My friend, yes and no. If it's like the DTC or FINRA, they have computers that can send out a margin call to a prime broker or a market maker, etc. Sorry, prime broker. I misspoke. And then if it's like the prime brokers and banks that are margin calling market makers and hedge funds and family offices and retail, that would be more along the lines of somewhere retail gets a day or two. Market makers can get 3 to 5 days easy. Hedge funds as well, maybe even longer, sometimes significantly longer. Broker dealers as well. And they can negotiate deals and try to prevent the margin call. So it's a constantly evolving ebb and flow. The DTC margin calls and FINRA margin calls, DTC margin calls go out and they take 1 hour after the margin call. They have 1 hour to meet it. So that's why when BlackRock and Vanguard and such get margin defaults, they have to recall shares immediately. And it becomes very expensive for people that borrow those shares.
Market data connection lost.
Yeah, Johnny Trapanier says, look at what JP Morgan did with the LME stock market regarding that nickel squeeze. Yeah, we've covered this 100 times. 100 times on this channel. Basically, Hong Kong Exchange owns London Metals Exchange. JP Morgan and some rich fucks in Hong Kong colluded, as well as UBS and State Street Bank, if I recall correctly, in order to make sure that LME reversed the trades because they could not afford to lose all that money. They don't have liquidity. Now, London Metals Exchange is practically shutting down. They have no open interest and are shutting down futures on silver and gold as of this month. You're welcome, my friend. AMC's down 8.9% on the day at 1132.
Market data connection lost.
Redbox still up 29.5%.
Market data connection re-established.
Yeah, it's getting really annoying. You need to chill out on that shit. China Defense Minister said the country is developing its nuclear arsenal. A move he said was appropriate given the state of international security, and warned that Beijing would fight to block Taiwanese independence. General Wei's comments at a conference in Singapore hewed to China's previously stated
Market
official
data
lines.
Connection lost. Market data connection re-established.
All right, Interactive Broker, you're going to have to chill the fuck out with this market data bullshit. I think that's something else. A woman who makes a couple hundred grand a year is worth 135 million and is the best trader of our time. No insider trading. Here it is. Check this out. Lego Pickle Snake is building this live right now. He's been building a different massive Lego set for our last several streams. He did a pretty cool, like a sailboat our last stream. And today he's doing this 1151 piece Lego Technic air race jet, and we're gonna use this motherfucker to fly to the moon. Very cool, man. Keep me posted on some progress later on if that's cool. There we go. Coming along nicely. Check out the engine. I love the level of detail. You know, the gears, the cogs. Fantastic. Even some little cylinders in there. The block. Cool, man.
Yeah, the main block is it takes 6 AA batteries.
That's awesome.
The landing gear will come down like automatically.
Japan on verge of systemic collapse with dramatic, unpredictable non-linearities in financial markets. Yeah, in case you guys didn't know, Japanese yields are surging. The Bank of Japan today bought 1.5 trillion yen of government bonds to defend its yield curve control target as the 10-year Japanese government bond rose above 0.25%, the upper band of their YSTC corridor. The printers on overdrive, said Deutsche Bank's George Saravelos, as he shockingly calculates in a post this morning and available. Okay. The Bank of Japan will have bought approximately 10 trillion yen in yuan. That's roughly the equivalent to the Federal Reserve doing more than 300 billion in quantitative easing per month, adjusting for GDP. This is a truly extreme level of money printing that's given that every other central bank in the world is tightening policy. It's one of the reasons we have been bearish on the yen. You know what's fucked up is all fiat is screwed, including the US dollar. The US dollar only looks strong against other fiat, but it's still complete shit. It's been devalued thousands of times, thousands of percentages. The more global inflation picks up, the more the Bank of Japan prints. But the more easing accelerates, the higher the need to press hard on the brake when the inflation cliff approaches, and more dangerous it becomes. We will soon enter a phase where dramatic and unpredictable non-linearities in Japanese financial markets will kick in, according to the Deutsche Bank strategist, who also notes that if it becomes obvious to the market that the clearing level of bond yields is above the 25 basis point target, What's the incentive to hold bonds anymore? The Bank of Japan may want to generate inflation, but how does it get there with triggering a complete systemic collapse? That's a great article by Zero Hedge. I love that article. Nice job, Racecar. Thanks for sharing that, my man. Michael, the ruble is looking better against the US dollar since it did before the war began. All 504 members of the S&P 500 are at risk of closing in the red today. Chinese defense minister says their nuclear buildup is justified, and it warns that Beijing will fight to block Taiwanese independence. The United States has issued executive orders 14032 and 13959, as amended. And by executive order of the president, we're going to be so fucking rich. The United States is sanctioning Chinese military industrial complex companies and companies that finance the People's Republic of China. This is removing shitloads of collateral from our stock markets. They don't have to sell it. They can hold it, but they're just losing tons and tons of collateral value. This is what caused the January 28th. See the date? The original 13959 came into effect January 28th, 2021, 9:30 a.m. This was one of the things that caused the GameStop and AMC squeeze on January 28th. It was extended through May 27th. It's another thing that caused the May 27th through June 2nd squeeze of AMC and GameStop, where AMC saw its all-time highs. On June 3rd, we saw an extension of that collateral for a one-year period with 14032, which revoked 13974 and supersedes only in part EO 13959, but not the entirety of it. This means that the executive order 13959 as amended was pushed to 12:01 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, June 3rd, 2022. And as of that date, they lost tons of collateral. Biden is playing hardball because there's no choice. The United States is playing hardball because there's no choice. Same as China. China wants what's theirs, and they believe that Taiwan belongs to them. On June 3rd, 2021, June 2nd and June 3rd, AMC was up 2,300% on the one-year chart to $77. Costs 900%, and it was even more in January. Because this one, we're talking about the June 3rd extension. The June 3rd extension is what caused these stocks to start going down in price. And because of that, market makers and hedge funds received their margin collateral again for 365 days. They were not able to divest themselves of all this collateral, and I know that for a fact because we started looking into all their 13F and 13G filings for companies like BlackRock and Vanguard, and they had only sold around $370 million worth of the emerging market shit. BlackRock owns tens of billions, if not hundreds of billions of dollars of said collateral. The Financial Times in the past has told us through an interview with BlackRock and Vanguard that BlackRock and Vanguard will comply with the executive orders in full. And this time around, we're seeing the liquidity get drained out of the markets. We're seeing Bitcoin and Ethereum and the entire crypto market lose trillions and trillions of dollars because it needs to get pulled out of there in order for shorts to close out positions and swaps and and fix the rehypothecations and uncook the cooked books. And you know what? Failures to deliver, delta hedging against calls. Bitcoin's up to 23,928 right now. Still moving up nicely, but Ethereum is also at 1258 still. And the rest of the crypto, all of the smaller coins, have lost significantly more value as money gets shuffled around. Bluebird Bio still getting shorted on the day. but they're still up 23% after their massive movement today. AERC up 33.52% with a high of 1815. Google down 3%, GameStop down 9.3%, AMC down 8.8%, and holding on strong. Let's take a look at the bond market. Ultra short 20-year Treasury, basically shorting a short on the bond market here. That's up 5.33% today to 28.26. Currently seeing some selling pressure. The VIX is still up for the day, down slightly from earlier at 18% gains so far. Tethers, Andrea says Tether will implode. Tether's in for a rude awakening. Tether holders, that's people that use Tether and Tether holders, I think are in for a rude awakening at any day now. Any day now, literally. Stanley, how do I feel about EOS? Eaton Vance. I don't like that shit at all. If that's the right ticker. Silver gapping down heavy in the pre-market as well. Michael, yeah, my friend, I just finished one. I got another one ready to go. D. Helm says, I sold my Shiba this morning. I saw what was coming. I'll buy back in if it survives. Herman says, it feels like another 9/11 style event is coming to pump the economy up on war. Man, I mean, look at what's happening in Russia and in China with Taiwan. Then you got Iran and Israel. And then you got Somalia. David, I do not hold XRP. No, sir. I'm not holding any crypto right now. I sold all my crypto to get into AMC last year. All of it. Eric says, love you, boss, for all that you do for us. Appreciate you, man. He says, that Charlie bitch said that the SPY will close above 500 this year. Shout out to Cash and Wolfie. Yeah, fucking right, man. Holy shit. Close above 500. What a fucking clown. Bubs, I am holding Mullen. Yes, sir. I am holding some Mullen. I like it. I think it's a good squeeze. Sundial is going to make people billionaires. Billionaires with an S. What a fucking bloodbath. Let me pop up Bloomberg news and see what they're talking about. Anything worthwhile. I want to see what the mainstream media narrative bullshit is right now. I know they're talking about Jay Powell and the Fed and rates and all this other crap, but I want to see what else they're saying right now. Before I do, though, I'm going to pull up the economic events calendar. Today we've got Israel trade reports, Serbia CPI, India CPI, United States 3-month auctions. Holy shit. The United States bill auction for 3 and 6 months today was only at 23.96%, when the prior, which would have been Friday, would have been 60%. Ladies and gentlemen, we are witnessing history in the making. Mortgage-backed securities are going bidless. The bond market is falling apart. The stock market is slowly bleeding to death. Cryptocurrency has gotten skewered in an attempt to regain some of liquidity. The real estate market and mortgage market, well, they've been getting obliterated as well. New home and used home mortgage applications are down heavily. Refinances are down heavily. And yes, just on Friday, interest rates went up. 30-year mortgage interest rates on Friday alone went up 50 basis points. You heard that right, folks. You heard it here first. If you didn't already know, on Friday, because the MBS mortgage-backed securities have gone no bid, and there's no one that's fucking buying them because the Fed owns $3 trillion worth of mortgage-backed securities, and all the banks combined only own $2.5 trillion worth of mortgage-backed securities. They're not interested in buying more and holding that garbage. So they went bidless. And that means the only buyers that buy them now are going to buy them at a discount. So instead of buying them, yeah, let's just leave it at that. They're going to buy them at a discount. Three-month prior, 99%. Actual, 24%. So 3-month bill auctions went for 24% of their value today and 99% on Friday. Looks like. If I'm reading that correctly. If I'm wrong, drop it in the comments. I mean, I'm pretty sure I am. I'm 90% sure I am. But if I'm reading it wrong, please leave me a chat. I'll be more than happy to revisit it and correct myself, because I'm not perfect. I do make mistakes every now and then, and I always try to correct it if possible. Look at Biora Therapeutics, formerly known as Progenity. Absolutely clobbered, down 12.38% right now. Ellie, real estate bubbles take a long time to pop. So Ellie asks if I think they'll pop before or after the squeeze. Real estate bubbles take a long time. People are in denial. The Federal Reserve owns tons of mortgage-backed securities, and they're not going to just let them fall off the wayside if they can help it. So it's going to take time for that to occur. No matter how hard the Fed tries to keep it from happening, it's an inevitability, in my opinion. It's an inevitability. Because just as you saw earlier, a few minutes ago from the Bank of Japan, when you're printing this much money, you can't slow it down. You can only speed up the money printer. And it's only going to go so fast before the whole fucking printer breaks. Mullen Automotive. Shareholder alert. Labaton Socorro notifies Mullen of investors of the filing of a class action lawsuit. Looks like a class action lawsuit has been filed against Mullen Automotive to recover damages for Mullen investors under the federal securities laws. Between June 15, 2020 and April 6, 2022, they believe that Mullen made false or misleading statements and fails to disclose, overstates ability and timeline regarding production, overstates its deals with business partners, overstates its battery tech and capabilities, and ability to sell its branded products. So, as a result, defendants' public statements were materially false and or misleading at all relevant times, allegedly. When the true details entered the market, the lawsuit claims the investors suffered damages. So it looks like people are able to participate in the class action lawsuit if they wish. That just came out as of Reuters News about 28 minutes ago. That's probably got a lot to do with the fact that Mullen's stock price is down massively right now. Not even. It's down 3.5%, people. 3.5% for today. Granted, it's down from the long term, right? I do not think that to be the reason for it, though. Be right back. Something about the garden. I'll be right back.
After a word from these sponsors. I don't really have any sponsors. Hell, at this point, though, Lego should be sponsoring his streams.
Crisis averted, apparently. Everything seems to be okay. Garden flooded. Looks like one of the hoses that's out there burst. So just ran out, shut it off real quick. What's up, brother?
Did I hear something about a potential of another derecho for you guys?
Of another what?
Derecho? Remember the big, like, Midwest hurricane thing we had?
I'm not sure, man. I haven't heard about that, actually.
I'll have to look into it a little more.
Yeah, that sounds interesting, though. I'm actually kind of interested to hear what that's all about.
That crushed us in Iowa, that damn derecho. We're still recovering from it.
We're here as well.
Tilray's getting just slaughtered right now, making new lows on the day. So Splash Beverage, another heavily shorted stock. Trek Down Under says, in your opinion, the real estate market will fall after AMC, MOASS? In my opinion, in my non-financial opinion, yes. Hey, Peaches, you want to say hi? Come here.
No.
Okay, you don't have to. You come over here. You can see right here. You can see yourself on the screen.
I don't see.
You don't see? You want to see? Come here. Eric Viscara says last super he wanted to thank the whole think tank.
No.
No? Can you say thank you?
Yeah.
Thanks, Eric. You're too kind, my friend. Appreciate your contributions to the think tank. Regis Corp's down 15.5%. Anthony Williams says a derecho is possible for southern Michigan.
Not. Portugal.
Is it good?
Yes.
Awesome. Hey, where are we going?
The moon.
Where are we going?
The moon.
Oh, we're going to the moon? All right, cool. Let's take a look at our AMC chart. Let's get away from the daily candles, move to the hourly. Remove some of these bands. Come on.
Daddy,
Yes.
what are you doing?
We're taking a look at the market.
Oh,
Yeah, because it's going to go down, and then you know what happens after it goes down? Where are we going?
we're going to the moon.
Yep. That's what I think. All right, be right back. Let me take her with Mom. Come on, baby. Gotcha, baby. You're good. You're good. Come on. Jenny23, thank you so much.
Yeah, bro.
Appreciate
Looks
you.
like you're gonna have some serious active weather this afternoon.
Thanks for the heads up, bud.
Funny story. I actually went to college. I wanted to chase tornadoes.
Really?
Yep.
That sounds fun.
I've always been a risk taker.
Yeah, I guess we're going to be looking at some interesting weather here. It's going to be 97 degrees here tomorrow. So in my area here of Chicago. I see. Anyways. Thankfully, this piece of shit, Emmanuel Macron's office, is probably not going to win the majority. Give me one moment. AMC just made a new low of 1109 for the day and bouncing back up here. What are we looking at right now? 1149. We had a low of 1109 and a high of 1230 on today. Let me scoot into the 5-minute candles. All right, we're going to look at the last several days. Last week, whoops, didn't mean to draw that line. We saw some good downtrends, consolidations, some power hour uptrends to the $14.25 mark. Gary Gensler opened his fucking mouth. Markets started selling off. Markets got freaked out over the bonds and the yield curve inversion and started selling off more last week. CPI incoming as of last week. CPI came and wrecked markets a little bit more. And now this week we've got cryptocurrency melting away. The stock and the Russells and the IWMs further falling with fears of the FOMC meeting minutes that are coming out on Wednesday, as well as the interest rate hikes on Wednesday. They were recently pricing in 50 basis points, but I can assure you that it's getting a lot more likely that 75 basis points is going to be on the table. I mean, it's already on the table. It's going to be a lot more likely to happen. What's up, Pam? It's good to see you. Jenny, John, Mr. Heedy, Napoleon, Gorilla, and everybody in the think tank as well. Yeah, it's a chill day. Looks like the SPY is getting pumped. It's at 380.96.69. Plunge team in action. Volatility index. Lots of shorting on the volatility index, I would say, because I don't see a lot of, there's nothing in the SPY that's being bought up. Now, how do you know that that this is what's happening? Okay, so the SPY was just at 374.93, and it is now within, within just over an hour, it just hit a high of 381. We saw that 504 out of the 500 stocks in the S&P, in the SPY, all 504 in the SPY were red. It's the first time this has happened in many, many years. So if the SPY stocks, the underlying stocks are not being purchased, the only way the SPY can go up is if futures on the SPY are being purchased, which is unlikely based on the current situations. Therefore, in order to get the SPY to move upwards, naked shorts on the VIX, or puts on the VIX, need to be sold, or naked shorts on the VIX, in which the United States Treasury and the Plunge Protection Team are able to do. The Plunge Protection Team is able to do that by way of Janet Yellen, and she answers to nobody. She doesn't have to ask. She does what the fuck she wants. And she doesn't have to report to anybody either. This, by selling naked shorts on the VIX, it causes some failures to deliver for the United States Treasury. And you can see those on the United States Treasury failure to deliver website. When they sell 10, 20, $50 billion worth of naked shorts on the VIX, they then have to use other assets. Then they then have to try to deliver on those, just like in the same way that a market maker would. And they fail to deliver so often that it's really quite sad here. You can see the artificial movements on the stock markets in that sense that the SPY just went up from 373 to 380, although all the underlying assets of the SPY are down. And the call to put ratio is extremely bearish because there's a lot more puts being bought and sold than calls. Therefore, the VIX is not tracking the SPY. The VIX is being abused to make the SPY bend to the will of the Plunge Protection Team, because that causes gamma on the SPY by way of volume and algorithmic purchasing of assets or the ETFs, the ETF itself. It's a very complicated scenario that I've tried to explain in as most simple terms as possible. So I hope that makes sense. Highcroft Mining's down 4%. Bluebird Bio is now up 40%, and we're seeing some delta hedging on Bluebird Bio. It was at a low of 458 today, which is still up 41%, still now up 41% of the day. Currently at 527. As a matter of fact, I think I told you guys earlier, a couple hours ago, that my Bluebird Bio calls filled. My order for these calls that I placed on Thursday actually filled a couple hours ago. So I should be in the green on those pretty nicely already. And I'm going to go on my phone to check one of my other brokers to see how that's looking. Yep, that's up 87%. There you go, in case you wanted to take a peek. Pretty happy about that, I gotta say. Sweet. Now, to sell or not to sell, it's overbought. The Vortex indicators starting to cool off. But the stochastic RSI continues to rise. It's at 100. Or 10, 1. I mean, you can say it however you want. It's a decimal over here, but the actual price, like the actual number itself, doesn't really matter. It's more of like what it appears to be doing here. The RSI, the stochastic RSI, tells you if it's overbought, oversold, etc. Check out the Bollinger Bands as well. The EMA on the 20-day, still trading above the 20-day EMA. It seems some pressure to the upside still remains on the Bollinger Bands. Still bullish. I ain't selling yet. %41 on the day for blue. All right. Volatility index still at 3266 though. The SPY at 379 now. 379 on the SPY. Oh fuck. Sorry. Got excited. Got excited. Watching markets burn. Let's get this shit out of the way. Matter of fact, let me move this camera for a second. Yeah, VIX is here is 3267 still. SPY's hanging out at 379, and so much for that pump, huh? That 381 that we saw in the SPY. We're looking at 379 right now. That plunge team pump is not going to do much, but I see it as a little bit of a bailout. Bailout to the market makers, hedge funds. 380 is a major, critical support level, especially for retail. Extremely big psychological resistance and support level at 3,800, or would you on the S&P, or 380 on the SPY, and it's at 379. It's retesting those levels over and over again, and it's turning bearish. It's the stochastic RSI and the RSI still have a lot of room to move downwards. The vortex indicator is turning bearish. The volume's still somewhat on the positive side for the buying pressure, and that's about to turn around here any moment. On the SPY, in which this green line will probably cross over this red line. Red line will go up, green line will come down, and that will be a bearish indicator. I'm going to watch this for like 30 seconds and see how it goes. XLM is up 6.66%. Hey, look at that. Good call, Napoleon Dynamite. One of my favorite movies. His name is Napoleon Dolomite. I love it. That's good. That's clever, man. Dolomite. 379.30. So let's see. Does TA work sometimes? That cat has bounced. RSI is hanging out at 41.53, 41. Still has room to move in either direction, but I think it's going red. Going to keep going red for a while. Vortex indicator, the green, is beginning to cross over, so it'll either oscillate off of it or cross down into negative territory. And there it goes. There it goes to 379.33. $379.25 and falling. Ladies and gentlemen, technical analysis at work. You can see the red line on the VI negative, the bearish selling pressure on the SPY has significantly crossed well above the buying pressure on the vortex indicator at the bottom, the green line. Meanwhile, that does its thing. I am going to pull up that Bloomberg video now and see what they're talking about, or should I say the Bloomberg channel. It is pumping hard. Look at that. 379.66 with the quickness. Look at that. What are we seeing here? An injection of liquidity? 379.673. Massive increase on the SPY on the 1 minute candle from 379.19 to 379.73. And another massive movement that appears to be mimicking it to the downside right now. Started at 379.72 and is currently really working hard with some heavy volume on the SPY.
Going on up at Capitol Hill. So, Gene, let's start with you. Gun legislation. A lot of people said it would never happen. It hasn't happened yet, but it looks like it may well.
So, Ferrari boy?
It may. We heard that they have a framework of a deal, and we just heard Representative Clyburn tell you that he wants to wait to see what the actual language looks like. And I think that makes sense because let's remember, when you had Pat Toomey and Joe Manchin in 2013, after Sandy Hook, come out with what many people described as a common sense gun restriction legislation.
And there you go, bearish.
That, in the
Look at
end,
that.
didn't pass, in part because...
Look at that volume. Saw a massive green candle, massive red candle, and then another red candle following it. And again, the vortex indicator remains with the red negative pressure well above the green pressure. Stochastic RSI is still down at flat zero. The RSI's got a lot of room to move down at 36.5. And we're back to 378.88, ladies and gentlemen. Tell me technical analysis doesn't fucking work again. Tell me. Because I just fucking showed you what the possibilities of TA are. I'm not perfect, and it doesn't work every time. But if it works 51% of the time, it's better than nothing. I don't know, buddy. I kind of changed around my gain and everything a little bit on my settings. My apologies if it sounds kind of goofy. Let's just say I did a lot of yelling last week. I did a lot of yelling. I didn't do any yelling. I'm off the yelling.
Janet Yellen?
I'm off the yelling.
Saying with the earlier Toomey Manchin bill, they felt like they had to respond, and I think the fact that they had 10 Republicans in the bipartisan working group that framed this legislation kind of ensures its enactment in the United States Senate. Then what happens to it in the House, I can only speculate, but my guess is that, like what Representative Clyburn said today on your show, everybody's going to want the loaf they're handed, and so I think speed is the key. Jeannie said that the Toomey bill got demagogued to death, and I think the key is that the majority leader and the minority leader, McConnell and Schumer, need to get together and move this thing as quick as possible, maybe even by the end of this week or early next week.
Yeah, and one thing I would say, we focus a lot on how difficult a vote this can be for Republicans, but I think we should also know it's difficult for Democrats as well.
The S&P is at its lowest since March of 2021. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Your stock market for today. I believe the Plunge team has done its job. Made the dead cat bounce. And it needs to hit it again with the defibrillator because that shit did not work. Corey Ryder. No, man. I'm not going down on Yellen. No, sir. You guys saw me on Twitter over the weekend, my kid and I. We were sitting in the living room, and there's a window that sits above the other windows, and you could see the sun in the daytime and the moon crest over the entire window at night. It's beautiful. I love it. From the couch. And so I'm just sitting there randomly, and my daughter says, she looks at the moon and she goes, "We're going to the moon." And I'm like, what? Hold on a second. I'm like, what'd you say? And she said it again, "We're going to the moon." And I just started screaming. I love it. Then a little while later, my wife comes to the room and she's like, "Marcel, your 3-year-old's in the other room saying, we're going to be so fucking rich." I just said, "That's great. What the fuck do you want?" She goes, "No, that's not great." I'm like, "Yes, it is. Yes, it is fucking great. It's phenomenal. The kid's smart. She knows what's going down." Brit. I don't even say it. The market needs some of that sweet, sweet adrenochrome. Janet Yellen needs some of that shit. Damn, 378.31. Wow. SPY getting wrecked. AMC sitting pretty at 1133. GameStop sitting pretty at 116. Beautiful, beautiful buying opportunities. Refresh my positions. My Bluebird calls are still doing fairly well. Happy about that. As a matter of fact, I'm hopping out. Nope, I'm not. It's going for another move up. Turn green, motherfucker. Move up, Vortex. This could be the deciding factor for me if I sell now or not. If the Vortex goes over the red line or goes underneath. It's not looking good, so I probably will sell. Yep, I'm out. That bitch is going to keep going down. Bluebird's going to keep going down for a little while. I believe, and I'm not a financial advisor. It's not financial advice. It's just my guess and my TA. That's all. Took some profits, feeling good. More money for the memes. BBBY is down 8.5 still. Biora is down 12%. Aero Clean Technologies up still 30% strong today. Good movement for Aero Clean. Same for Redbox. Redbox still getting shorted. It's a consolidation day for the Redbox. After it made its move, it made its pre-market gap up. And then the whole rest of today has been pretty much shorting and consolidation. This was a consolidation channel all the way through here for Redbox. Let me change candles so you can see a little bit better. I'll go to the 15-minute candles. Here you go. Where the fuck? Sorry. There you go. From yesterday to today, pre-market gap up, consolidation for the majority of the day. And if it breaks below that 1542 line, in my opinion, it will become a new channel, which It probably won't. It'll probably bounce right off that 1540 line right there and just keep trading in this channel between $15.40 and $17 today for Redbox, from what I'm guessing from the looks of this TA right now. Because that's exactly what it's been doing the entire day. Wouldn't be surprised to see another pre-market gap up tomorrow and watch this thing, after getting shorted all day today, open up the day 25-35% to the green side tomorrow or the day after for Redbox. Going back to Bitcoin. What's going on in the Bitcoin world? 23,648 from the low of 22,581 today. Absolutely crushing it. That's not in the right spot. Let's go out to the 15-minute candles on Bitcoin. I want to get a better look at this thing. Let's grab the wicks. Wicks right here. All these wicks. Perfect. Wow, this is getting to be a very large channel. Now I've grabbed it at the wrong spot back there. Not entirely happy with that either. I'm a little off, but I'm going to stick with it. That's a massive downtrend channel for Bitcoin. That looks terrible. That looks terrible. I wouldn't touch Bitcoin with a 10-foot pole right now, personally.
Would you rather touch Bitcoin or Janet Yellen?
Bitcoin. No doubt about it. Jenny 23, can the apes please take over DC next? Let's bring honesty and integrity back to American politics. Pretty please. That would be great. It would be nice to see people that care in politics and make real change. Hi, Rhonda. Hi, Seashells. Patriots. Good to see you guys. F104. Jack and Keith. It's good to be here with everybody today. The NDXT absolutely fucking crushed. Crushed. This is the last several trading days. From the 9th through today. I don't care about the NDXT that much anyway. I don't really even want to bother with it. The NDXT is going down, in my opinion, period. Same as ARK. ARK Innovation at $36.27 is complete garbage. And it's still super bearish. Shit, it's overbought according to the stochastic, but the RSI is still at 33. It's got room to go either way. Google down 3.5%, man. Dawn Pharmaceuticals up 110% today. And guess what? It was all pre-market gap up from $6.66 yesterday to an opening of around $15.29. And now it's just consolidating, trading sideways. Life's a Cap asks, do I think Sundial will turn around soon? I don't know if you necessarily want my opinion on that. The answer, I do. But I don't think it'll be until after AMC and GameStop. That's just my guess. All 504 S&P 500 members are at risk of closing in the red today. A close like that has only happened once since 1990. Only one time. That's absolutely insane. We've got a long way to go, my friends. Check out my man Caleb Franzen over here on Twitter. ARK is trading at the same price as it did on 3/7/2018. Oh, he wrote this when it was at $43 a share? Well, my friend, ARK is at $36.93 a share. Kathy constantly cites her track record of investing in Tesla and Bitcoin to justify her investment thesis and vision. Tesla's up 995% since that date. Bitcoin's up 195% since that date. And ARK is down from that date. That's ARK investment, ladies and gentlemen. Phenomenal. Obama Treasury Secretary blames insurrection deniers for inflation. Wow. Let me refresh this list. Good retweet, though. We reach capitulation when people stop looking for capitulation. That's a great point. The European Central Bank is resolved to face down bond stress without divulging a plan. And great, Chinese diplomat Yang Chi met with United States National Security Advisor Sullivan today. And oil is back to the highs not seen in many, many years. Well, it's still right up there at the highs. 121 a barrel. Stocks sink back into bear market territory on fears the U.S. economy could be sliding into 1970s style stagflation. No shit. ARK's going in for new lows today, ladies and gentlemen. ARK is definitely going in for new lows, I feel. Is not satisfied. See what these assholes are talking about. The 10-year
Are
yield,
certain
perfect.
themes that might do well with rising inflation.
Exactly
so we
what I
talked
wanna
about
hear.
infrastructure.
Infrastructure, cybersecurity, you talked about as well.
We have an emergent food ETF, which is looking at solutions for impacting our food systems. I mean, right now you see 15%, increases in food prices. It's actually 80% up over 2 years ago. So food's getting very expensive. What are the companies that are, building ag tech that can grow more food indoors more efficiently using less inputs? How do we, use more efficient plant-based foods to replace proteins? So this
What's
is
the ticker?
IVEG, IVEG. So that can be an inflation fighter as well.
Very, very cool stuff. Thank you so much for joining us. It's a fascinating universe, the themed universe, and obviously it's a massive one as well that we have to be watching. Jay Jacobs is the head of thematic and active equity ETFs at BlackRock. Coming up, as the sell-off in risk assets persists, we'll take a look at how VIX ETFs are reacting next. This is ETF IQ on Bloomberg.
Take a look at the Nikkei, still down 3%. The Kospi, not still down. It's an Asian update for those of you that didn't know from last night. Nikkei is down 3%, Kospi 3.5%, DAX 2.4% in Europe. The FTSE 1.5%, CAC 40 and 2.6%. The German DAX 2.4%. It's pretty rough. And it looks like my Bluebird calls may have sold. I'm pretty happy about that, I must say. Nice. I got more money for my favorite meme stocks. Fuck yeah. Can't complain about that. Did I miss anything in the think tank, you guys? Oh, you guys are killing it. You guys are absolutely killing it. There's so much good content over here. Holy shit. Talk about diligence. Check out this screenshot from this Bloomberg terminal. The SPX index, all 504 stocks in the S&P, in the SPY, are red right now. Every stock in the S&P 500 is red right now. We are watching history in the making, ladies and gentlemen. Billions and billions of people are going to lose their 401ks, IRAs, thrift savings plans, and investments, or at least the vast majority of it. And we get to be some of the lucky few, in my opinion, to be invested in the right places. Record outflows.
The iShares High Grade Investment Credit ETF. As you can see, last week, traders pulled $2.6 billion from this ETF. That is the worst week of outflows on record. It snapped a 4-week streak of inflows, so traders clearly souring on credit right now. As you can see, it's down over 25% in the past 5 days. The bulk of those losses came today as we watch Bitcoin fall to $23,000 per coin at the moment. Not a great moment for credit or for Bitcoin, but it is a great moment for volatility ETFs. Take a look at UVIX. This is the 2-time long VIX futures ETF, having a great day today, Matt. Up about 20% as we see really volatility spread across asset classes at the moment.
Yeah, very cool. So, well, troubled waters for the market spell capital gains for holders of UVIX. Obviously, if you're leveraged, it's going to be even better than the gains that we've seen. Okay, let's talk more about this issue with Bloomberg's cross-asset reporter, Denitsa Sakova. She joins us out of London. Denitsa, thanks so much for your time. So we've seen the VIX finally breaching 30. I was waiting all week last week for it to happen. What do we make of this volatility? Is this capitulation territory yet?
I mean, what a day. Who can say if it's capitulation? But this is 3 consecutive days of gains for those VIX linked funds, both UVXY, which is the largest one. We saw, as Katie said, 20%, but we saw up to 25, 26. This is the Pro Shares
RRP,
one.
reverse
And
repurchase
there is
just came
another
out.
Volatility Shares one, which also had 25, 26% gains today. It was recently launched this spring, and it seems like it was a very timely launch. So
You know, hold on.
a lot of them are leveraged, so
I'll give
either
the RP pulled
1.5 or 2
Desk
times,
operations.
they're delivering really great
Right.
returns.
And
for
that's a
investors.
really important point, and I want to dig in on it because, like you said,
Holy
these are
shit!
leveraged. They're derivatives.
New
is big
all-time
things.
high,
Do we have
ladies and
any idea-
gentlemen. New all-time high on the reverse repurchase program. Again, this is the 5th all-time high since the June 3rd executive order came into play. We've only got 97 counterparties this time, but you've still got $2.212 trillion, $2,212,620,000,000 fucking dollars in overnight bailout at a 0.80% APR by the Fed to 97 participating counterparties. Holy fuck. This is a liquidity nightmare for these banks. An absolute liquidity nightmare. I could not be more ecstatic. I gotta tweet this. 5th all-time high on the RRP. Unfucking real. Holy shit. Bitcoin is down massive. The stock market is down massive. The bond market is down massively. Mortgage-backed securities are going no bid. 2008 2.0 is just getting started. All SP 500 stocks are in the red. Are you fucking kidding me? Holy shit. Holy fuck. And the best part is, my main man, Sleepy Joe, by order of the president, we're going to be so motherfucking rich. Cheers, motherfuckers. I'll see you on the dark side of the moon. That's insane.
But it's dark. You won't see us.
We'll have flashlights, asshole. We'll be rich as fuck. We're flying on your fucking spaceship. $2,212,620,000,000 in overnight reverse repurchase program agreement at a 0.80% APR via 97 counterparties. 5th all-time high since the June 3rd executive order 13959 was implemented. Wow. Damn, it feels good. The SPY is trading completely sideways right now. It's a fucking dead cat. It's going to keep going down. I think we're going to retest new lows. 374.93 is our low so far today. I think we're going to go back in for another retest if we go underneath 377 here. The NDXT is down 5% for the NASDAQ 100 Tech Index. The 10-year Treasury note is up significantly from 32.46 to 33.56. Yesterday it was at 31.56. And the VIX is moving strong too. It's still at 33.23, even after it got fucking shorted to hell, in my opinion, to pump the SPY. That's just all getting washed away. That'll be washed away by power hour or during power hour, I believe.
This ETF is Ed Rosenberg. He's head of ETFs at American Century Investment Management, joining us now on set. And Ed, like Eric said, this ETF is interesting because it's an actively managed muni bond fund. And if you think about the most popular, the biggest muni bond ETFs in the ETF industry, they tend to be passive. So how do you pitch this? That this is an active product. How do you gain traction there?
Yeah, so one, it's active, right, specifically. And the way we manage it is going to be different than others. We're combining investment grade and high yield. So the portfolio managers get to shift between, adding a little more high yield or taking it off. An example is that about a year ago, we used to have 23% high yield. Today we have 11, right? And other places we have true research behind these, so they're going to overweight things like hospitals, right? Places that can generate more yield, that are still in need, that can help drive the fund for overall performance over the long term.
How do you deal with the tax aspect of munis and an ETF?
Well, I mean, first off, let's think about it, right? There's trading, right? Everything's gone down, so we don't have to worry about capital gains at the moment. But long term, the portfolio managers are extremely concerned about capital gains, and they're trying to mitigate those gains throughout the year. So they're worried just as much as an index portfolio manager would be about changes in any gains that might come through on the capital side. They really want this to be as limited capital gains as possible, and Eric said we're around for 2 years, a little more, but we haven't paid a capital gain yet, and the portfolio managers continuing to do that while trying to maximize the total return over the long.
Check this out from my guy Suburban Drone on Twitter. Oil is priced in US dollars and generally tracks inversely to the dollar. And here you see that oil is always, usually has been tracking higher despite the massive dollar rally. Inverse shown. Check this out. Crude oil has been tracking with the dollar consecutively. This was 2008. Both were very high. And then during the 2008 to 2009 crash, they both plummeted. In 2015, they were both high as well. Then you saw that, a plummet there. You could say 2020, they were actually running inverse, as well as 2019. So since 2019, when the Federal Reserve had to step in to save the reverse repurchase program, the one that we just showed you guys was up for a record of $222 billion fucking dollars today for the fifth time in the last several days. Fifth all-time high in the last week and a half, basically. That's when they stepped in to save this fucking market. And that's when we saw crude oil start to diverge from the US dollar. Then it crashed afterwards. Same thing in 2020. It diverged from the US dollar as the US dollar tanked. And then crude oil crashed. Right now, the US dollar is very low, just like it was back here. And it's only a matter of time before crude oil, the black line, comes down to visit the US dollar at $17 a barrel. And in the past, we've seen negative dollar amounts for oil. Like, you could literally see oil go into negative prices. I know that sounds crazy, but it's happened in the past. It could happen again. Barrels of oil could go negative. And in 2019 and 2020, we saw crude oil diverge heavily and then come crashing down to meet up with the US dollar, and then diverge heavily and come crashing down to meet up with the US dollar. Now, they've diverged way fucking harder than ever as crude oil is being pumped extremely high. I suspect it's only a short matter of time before this shit comes crashing fucking down. I'm probably in my, again, I'm not telling anybody what to do. I'm probably going to be looking at oil puts here really soon. I got to share this. Most people won't understand that, but in the chart, just from looking at the chart, but it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure it out. If it tracks together with it all the time, and then every time it breaks apart, it converges back down to the US dollar value, that's what's going to happen. Because US dollar is not going to increase in value. They can't reverse the money printing. Simple shit, right?
Yield. Now is the opportunity to start getting some yield that you've been missing for the last 14 years.
All right, good answer. Great to have you here in person. Thanks so much for coming in. Ed Rosenberg of American Century Investment Management. Before we go, here's a special look at another ETF, this one focused on the global ag industry. And
yeah, fuck these guys. See, Eric, you're too kind, my friend. Eric says, second last super. Let's fucking go. Thanks, brother. Too kind. Appreciate your support of the think tank, man. Too much. Stop super chatting me, Eric. Vic says, I'm a noob at this. So what's causing all these meltdowns? Is it hedge funds selling longs to cover their shorts? My friend, in short, pretty much. Pretty fucking much. Liquidity is falling apart. They have to get money while they still can. They've got to sell off certain positions to be able to close out others. The greatest wealth transfer of all time has just begun. Look at Dawn's up 106% right now. Redbox still up 16.5%. DRV, the inverse real estate fund, is up 12%. Bluebird Bio Inc., although it's been heavily shorted all day long from its massive movement from $2 all the way up to $6 and change earlier today. Again, it's been shorted all day long. I made a nice little scalp on this one earlier today. Was pretty happy with it. And it's currently going to continue to make new lows for the day before it has a chance of gapping up again, man. So yeah, it's heavily shorted stocks. Like Aero Clean Technologies was up 190% the last several days, day after day after day. Take a look just a little farther back here for you so you can take a peek. Aero Clean was around $2 on June 3rd. And of course, June 3rd, what happened on June 6th? The day after positions, June 6th, it's a possibility that margin calls occurred and somebody who had Aero Clean Technologies had to start closing positions. And then we saw a large movement on Aero Clean that day to $4 a share. And the next day we saw another large movement up to $14.50 a share. Then it was kind of trading sideways there, consolidating. Yesterday we had a nice gain to $13.64. Today it opened up at $11.18 and then gapped up all the way to $18.55 for a high of the $18.15 for a high of the day. So as you can see, it's just a matter of one day after the next. Heavily shorted stocks they start to crank. And you don't know exactly which one's going to happen next because the market's ever evolving and there's so many different players buying and selling different positions. So you kind of try to go with the flow. Especially with this, what else are you going to do? I mean, there's SPY puts and shit like that are ridiculously expensive, And then you got VIX calls and other things, UVXY, et cetera, shit like that. But liquidity and things like UVXY and VIXY and VXX can sometimes be lacking. So I do like trading the indices better, personally. They're all subject to manipulation, though. Mac and B's, I'm not sure, bro. Dude, where's my car? Eric, thanks, brother. Grandpa Barney, did you say you're hungry into super chat? I was never good at listening. Now I can't hear as an old man. Thanks, brother. I appreciate you. You're too kind. Fucking Barney, man. I love you guys. You guys and girls are the best. Express still down 7% of the day. DWAC still 13%. All these SSR rules triggered today. CEI, Camber Energy Inc. down 7.4%. me take a look at the scanners and see what the market movers are looking like. There's got to be some good movers here. Movers and shakers. I mean, we've seen earlier it was all pink sheet crap, so maybe that's changed. Here we go. Let's take a look and see what we got. Today's market movers, TXTMs right now is up 111%. But again, pink sheet crap. It's all stuff that's fractional pennies. Fractional. You've got Syngene, $1.66 up 36%. CISO up 34%. Against more pink sheet crap. You got Blue that we were just talking about. Bluebird Bio, heavily shorted meme stock, up 26%. The UVIX up 24%. And it looks like we've got a direction, the HIBS, direction daily S&P 500 inversed ETF is up 17%. Redbox, heavily shorted stock and is undergoing a merger with Chicken Soup for the Soul company in the next, it's supposed to wrap up in second half of this year. They're up 17%, I believe, as shorts start to close out those positions because they have to. UVXY up still 17%. And everything else is pink sheet. Then you got Aero Clean up 15% still on the day, again at $14.40. The meme stocks, baby.
Just imagine if GME and AMC somehow merged.
Come on now. It's a fun thought, but that doesn't make sense. But I like the thought. They're just two totally different companies. Meow Meow, well, the think tank is a conglomeration of several thousand people that have gotten together here in our Discord to discuss theories, due diligence, technical analysis, macroeconomics, geopolitics, stock market, Bitcoin, and finance, and everything in between. So we've gotten together to just throw information back and forth regarding the current situation that's happening in the economy and in the world. And through it, not through it, but in addition to all of the research that we do together, I come to my own thesis and my own conclusions. And that's what I've been doing from the very beginning, even before we created the think tank, when it was just myself, making Reddit posts and YouTube and Twitter posts about the current state of the economy and the fact that hyperinflation was out of control last July. But people are finally starting to pay attention. And for that, I appreciate you. Thank you for sharing it. Please drop a like. Please share it. And if you learned something, consider subscribing, because I bet you I'll teach you a lot fucking more. There's a run on Chinese banks. People are desperate to get their money out. This video is taken today. Look at ICBC Bank over in China. Look how long this queue is. Out the door and down the street. Surprise, surprise, huh? Sigma, the VIX is not getting above 40 because that would be bad for market makers. They want to try to keep it underneath 40, as does the Plunge Protection Team. The Plunge Protection Team will use everything they can to naked short the VIX when it gets to close to 40, like they did in January and like they've done recently, in order to try to prevent people from jumping into the VIX and jumping out of the market, because it is... Most people that don't understand the market don't realize that it's already fucked. They just see, oh, well, the VIX is only at 33. It can't be that bad. And historically, when it gets above 40, that's when the larger number of people start to, sell off out of the market and into the VIX, and that's why they want to keep that as a psychological level, for everybody, basically. They don't want to pass that psychological level of 40. $2.212 trillion. You guys are too good. What the fuck is this? That's just fucking creepy.
Thanks for having me.
That's fucking creepy. He doesn't have a good beard. The guy looks like shit. I'm way better looking than that fucking guy. Oh, that was funny though. Find a dude with a better beard, damn it. Binance has paused withdrawals and transfers. Yep, we've covered that, but just for the case you just got here, you've heard it here again. Cryptide. What are we looking at here? Cryptide, BBIG, is supposed to have a dividend this month. It could happen at any moment, but that's very possible. And it's possible that if BBIG does have a dividend, it could be the beginning of the end, the beginnings of the mother of all short squeezes.
And the end of the world as we know it.
And I feel fine. It's nice to be hedged. MicroStrategy transferred 2,089 Bitcoin, which is $48 million, to a new wallet for the first time ever, likely planning to dump their bags. They're now moments away from facing the largest liquidation in history. Ladies and gentlemen, you are witnessing history in the making by the minute. By the minute. If you're properly hedged, god damn, we're going to be so fucking rich. If MicroStrategy gets liquidated, it's going to cause Bitcoin to fall and many other things to fall much, much further in value. And we're going to be seeing lower lows on the stock market, lower lows on all across everything, and margin calls will inevitably be carried out. Oh, that's obnoxious. Maybe I can make the text a little bit bigger for you guys, just in case anybody has trouble reading it. Bitcoin down 17% in the last 24 hours. 23,172 right now. Hey, check it out, Kim.com. Borrowed or stole our thumbnail, but I'll give it to him. I don't fucking care. I'm more than happy to see this being shared. More than happy. Kim.com. Fucking killing it, man. Even though you stole my fucking thumbnail. Where are we at here? And again, if in case you just got here, this is the 5th all-time high on the reverse repurchase program since the June 3rd, 2022 Executive Order 13959 as amended implementation. Mortgage-backed securities are going no bid. The S&P 500 is in the red. Everything in the S&P 500 is in the red for the first time since the 90s, and we're just getting started. 97 counterparties needed to trade $2,212,620,000,000 for a 0.80% APR overnight U.S. Treasury swap, basically, with the Federal Reserve. In the name of liquidity. We are going to see stagflation, my friends. You're going to see hyper stagflation. And that's fucking scary. Papa Mollahan, great to see you, buddy. I'm doing great. I hope everybody else is as well. And I'm sorry for those that are not. But we've been trying to warn them.
Can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink.
Okay. It looks like things are escalating quickly. The United States Navy's only forward deployed aircraft carrier, the USS Reagan and Lincoln carrier strike groups, are in formation with the USS Tripoli in the Philippine Sea during Valiant Shield 2022. It's a biennial field training exercise focused on integration of joint training in a multi-domain effort. They're getting ready. Training exercises all around. China is having training exercising on how to evade Taiwan and defeat U.S. regional forces. China has made it so that communist officials and their families and spouses are not able to hold assets and equities outside of China because they know that they're going to get sanctioned by America even further than Executive Order 13959 and 14032 and 13974 and 13959 as amended. Don't play with my emotions. Don't play with my emotions. Don't tell me there's big candles on GME unless there's really big candles on GME. That's not all that much, my friend. It looks nice, but it's not all that much just yet. Now, granted, look at this. GameStop was down at 116 minutes ago. It is now at $120.10 a share. That is pretty nice. So, we were at a low of $114.30 on GameStop. It gapped down heavily with the market. The S&P right now, the SPY, is down 2.76% at 379. It is going up right now a little bit. And so GameStop and AMC and all those ETFs like IWM will go up a little bit right along with it. There you go. There's IWM going right up along. GameStop moving up along slightly, but not a whole lot. AMC's at 1146, probably a slight upward movement there from 1132. Nothing to write home about. But it's still nice to see. For now, AMC and GameStop and them continue to track with the indices. The moment they break out, we'll be the first to know.
Well.
Cash money billionaire.
Cash money.
How the fuck are we?
I'm Kelly, TBT. My calls are way up.
PBTS?
TBT.
TBT. Oh, yeah. TBT.
Yep.
Ultra short, 20-year. On the bond market. And you're right, man. My calls are also way the fuck up. And I thought about selling them today, and I'm like, wait a minute. That bond market's not going to get any better tomorrow.
It just barely got going, man.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, dude. The TBT calls are up strong. I'm not fucking selling them right now. Oh, dude, I made some really nice money off of Bluebird Bio Inc. today on their pump. I placed an order on Thursday, and the fucking order, I just happened to get in at one of the lows today, and then they started, building back up a little bit. I managed to have a nice scalp on it. I was quite happy. So.
Well, thank you, Dr. Murray, for the ideal CBC.
Right? Shorten the bond market. Why not? And that money's going to my favorite meme stocks anyway, so what the fuck do I care? Yep, my TBT calls are up 168% right now. Sorry, 162%. Mm-hmm. Appears to be up 162% so far. There we go. Not financial advice. That doesn't mean it's going to continue to go up, but I'm not selling my fucking calls. Not right now. Cheers, buddy. As a matter of fact, take a look at the SPY. Yeah, it's all getting pumped right now. So I'm going to let that pump cycle play out. Before I invest in the meme stocks. Again, as a matter of fact, I know where I want to be on price anyway, so I'm just going to put in an order and go fishing. Doesn't really make a fucking difference. And the price hasn't fucking changed, so it's actually even better of the call contracts.
Everyone.
Damn, I love that sound. Napsta says, just realized I wasn't subbed. Don't be like me, guys. Hey, welcome. Glad you subbed, my man. Everything's getting pumped right now. Everything's going to move upwards for a little bit, looks like. Even HSBC turned green. Not the meme stocks that are running inverse. See, Bluebird's still running down now. It's not going to run with the market. Redbox is not running up with the market because it's disconnected from those. It's just getting shorted to shit right now for the remainder of the day. TBT's up 5.77%, down a little bit as the market pumps. UVXY and the VIX are down a little bit to 32.38 as well as the market pumps. And if you look at that selling pressure on the VIX, that leads me to believe our girl, Janet Yellen, is hard at work.
Oh, now she's our girl.
Jesse Lindsay, what are you viewing these tickers on? This is Interactive Brokers downloadable desktop application. I also have got a few others, but I prefer this one. I just like it. I like its functionality. It's not quite as good as TradingView for charting, or even as good as Webull for charting, but I can always open up my Webull or TradingView or anything else that I want for now. 700 million USDC has been injected into the Tron DAO reserve to defend the US dollar USDD peg. Markets are in trouble. They're pumping one stablecoin into another. Oh, Lord. Now, people, don't forget, if you didn't see this earlier, Credit Suisse failed to deliver their short sales reports for 7 years, from February of 2015 through April of 2022. For 7 years, they didn't report their shorts to FINRA. That's how easy it is to self-report. You tell that police officer you were doing 30 miles an hour and a 30-mile limit, even if you're doing 200 miles an hour, and nobody fucking finds out for 7 years. Thanks, Edward Britchick, for sharing that on Twitter. My guy here in the think tank as well. You're the man.
Growth to value.
Crypto
and what we've
falling
seen
apart.
is that squeezes, short side analytics, still important, but it's rotated to things like sentiment, market structure, and positioning. And that's what clients really, institutional clients really want to see.
Cheers,
Bob, let's talk
motherfuckers.
about those institutional
Bloomberg's
clients a little
talking
bit
short
more,
squeeze.
and the mechanism at which they're actually trading this market. I believe I spoke to a source months ago who was saying that, sure, liquidity is an issue, but a lot of the market isn't really participating in, say, the stock market because they're hedging instead. Is hedging essentially the new shorting when it comes to how to deal with this market sell-off?
Yeah, that's a great point. So I actually think what's really interesting is if you look at some of the meme stocks, particularly GameStop, the headline is Fed active, raising rates, inflation. We know that story, and therefore meme stocks are just not important to the marketplace anymore. Why? Because retail is basically bailed out on the long side of the market. But what we're seeing is that
Here we
GameStop
fucking are,
is still
motherfucker.
incredibly important.
Laughing at you talking
to
shit about
return.
retail.
And it's actually one of the, I would say, probably one of the top 5 stocks that are actually driving hedge fund return. And what's a hedge fund want to do? They want to measure sentiment. And sentiment means different things to different people. Sentiment is not a substitute for buying in institutional investment land. What sentiment really means is the best long paired with the best short to give me the best risk. And so that's how people are using our analytics, is to map the market structure and find the securities that have the best return profile and put those on. And they're actually doing that.
And Bob, before we let you go, just sort of speaking of that retail crowd, do we have a sense on what they have been doing or navigating of late?
So, retail sentiment's a very funny thing. It's still, look, there's no question there's been a capitulation in terms of a lot of the retail stocks. And you can throw in Bitcoin and NFTs and everything else.
There's been capitulation.
So, retail is looking for liquidity in any
Look at
way
the
it can
OBV.
grab it. And I think you're seeing that in Bitcoin today. And I think you've seen it in some of the trading.
This guy blaming retail for Bitcoin?
Some of the meme stocks as well. Retail's weak right now.
Yeah, Bob, appreciate your time
This
as
guy
always.
said
Nice to have you
retail's
back. Bob
weak.
Sloan of S3
What a
Partners
fucking
joining us.
joke.
We're going to take a quick break. When we
This guy just said that retail is the reason for the Bitcoin sell-off and the meme stock sell-off, and that retail is weak right now. We're sitting here, I'm fucking literally buying it. We're shorting the fucking bond market. We're shorting the goddamn stock market. We're long on the fucking VIX. We're long on AMC and GameStop and all these other fucking meme stocks. We're making a fucking killing off your backs, S3 Partners. Good fucking luck, you prick. But yeah, retail's the reason Bitcoin's at 23,000. It's not because Celsius is run by a 24-year-old porn star with a marketing degree that just went fucking bankrupt. It's not because Citadel and Virtue are naked shorting the fucking market. It's not because the Plunge protection team is selling naked shorts on the VIX and failing to fucking deliver. Fucking idiot. Fucking lying piece of shit. You know what pisses me off is that people that don't do their own homework and their own due diligence, they don't look at the stock market, they don't look at ISDA contracts, they don't look at fucking rehypothecations, at married puts, divorce puts. They don't even know what the fuck half this shit means. They don't look at failures to deliver. They don't look at short interest. They look at cost of borrows. They don't look at the reverse repurchase program. They look at the SFT program, the pawn shop. They don't look at swaps and equities. They don't look at callable yield notes. They don't look at shit, but they believe what assholes on Bloomberg tell them on CNBC and MSN because that's what's on CNN and Fox News. That's what pisses me off. That's why we're fucking here right fucking now. I digress. Heavily shorted meme stock is still up 27% after making several 200% day gains. AERC as well. Still up 26% after having a couple 180, 190% gain days. All pre-market moves. The S&P is at lows not seen since March 2021. No, March 2021. Yeah, that's right. So, Redbox, heavily shorted stock, which was at $2 a share week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago, is at $15 a fucking share right now, with a high of $18.20 earlier today, getting shorted for the rest of the day. And then you've got companies like Dawn up 109% right now on the day. It's only a matter of time before more margin defaults occur and more meme stocks start to run. And eventually, the wheel breaks. Look at AMC today, though. Bit of an upward channel, even though it was shorted all day. Shorted from the moment it opened, it was shorted hard. For 50 minutes straight, it was sold off with the market and shorted heavily. There's no shares left to borrow on AMC. And now it's starting to, it's coiling tight. Look at this. This is the 5-minute candles. Bouncing, 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 using our supports and our resistance. I just drew these a minute ago. I could redraw this a little bit more clearly, but I can also just move it down a little bit. It's actually quite off. I should redraw it. But even still, an upwards channel, like a bullish pennant, if you will. And it continues to bounce off our support levels. So far, we'll see it here. It's done it once, twice, 3, 4, 5 times. And the resistance has been hit, once, twice so far. Consolidating into a tighter channel. Now it's between 1137 and 1151 right now. And it's going to break out either the upside or the downside. And it's only 2 p.m. Eastern. Still got another hour before power hour. There's a lot of room for future movement on any of these meme stocks. And a lot of room for probably downward movement on the fucking SPY. Let's take a look at the SPY. Big pump action going on right now. But what are we seeing still? We saw a giant gap down today. And let's see if it looks similar to AMC, if you will, or if it looks different. Oh. Oh, I need to zoom out. When in doubt, zoom out. Let's go to the 15-minute candles and get a better view. The short-term trend for the SPY should be seen as a downward trending channel, I believe. So the SPY is looking a little bit more like it's on a downtrend or a bearish pennant, if you will. But AMC and GameStop are looking a little different. AMC is making a bit of a bullish pennant on the uptrend here in the short term. And then if we zoom out,
let's fucking go.
Let's fucking go, man.
One of these days, Janet, to the moon.
I don't condone such things. Oh, I thought you were... Never mind.
Fair. I get it. Yeah,
I thought it was a Honeymooners reference.
It was a Honeymooners reference.
I
get it.
I thought so. But no, I thought about it the other way. I thought you were talking about to Janet Yellen. I'm like, no, I don't know about that. That bitch will receive her own comeuppance. I do got to remove this. It's still... The AMC are making the major trends with the market, like first thing this morning with the market sell-off. But as of late, ever since 9:15 this morning, it appears to have deviated from that and seems to pretty much be doing its own thing right now. Let's take a look at GameStop. He says, boss, tell us more about the porn star.
Here we go.
GameStop.
Hey,
Trending
we're not
upward in the
hate
day.
people. We could take old Yeller with us to the moon.
We need a Lego space elevator.
You got your space helmets ready?
No, we need a Lego space elevator.
Yeah. GameStop continues to trend upward
Hell
right now
yeah.
too, though. You notice that? Look at this little channel it's been doing since about the same time. Since about 9:15-ish. Let's take a look at the SPY and see what we're looking at. SPY's looking about the same still. Oh, that line did not go where I expected it to go. Actually, not really. The SPY is not really doing the same things AMC and GameStop. Not exactly. Well, it's never exact, but still. Anyway, I digress from that as well. Let's take a look at IWM. Jeez. These just look like shit. It's actually trading from within a channel, the opposite of a channel that we drew back on June 8th, which is actually quite interesting. The channel come here and then converged out downwards. That's pretty bearish, I'd say, as well. It's still negative pressure on the IWM. These things are going to keep going down for a while longer. Bitcoin hanging out strong at 23.5. 23.5 is where it's trying to hang out right now, and still trending in that channel. Check this out. We drew this earlier today. And at the time, it was like 28,200 to 27,300. Right now, the channel brings us down, and it's spread out from 23,700 to around 21K. So I foresee, guys, I think we're going to see 21,000 on Bitcoin tomorrow. if not later today. I'm not a financial advisor. There would be no reason to believe that this would all of a sudden change. I'm gonna have to clip that part from S3 Partners, aren't I? That was funny as hell with that guy talking shit about retail, saying that retail is the reason Bitcoin's down from 35K.
Yeah, anything but the truth, right?
Yeah. S3 Managing Partners. We should go look up their 13F and see how many fucking short positions they have. I guarantee you it's a lot.
Yeah, right.
Exactly.
Check Ape Chat, boss.
Sweet. All right, cool.
Fed can somehow, by raising rates, whether it's 50 basis points or 75 basis points, control this type of inflation. We have a unique type of inflation. We have a supply side, not supply chain. That's different. People get that confused. Supply side inflation, which means that food is not being produced fast enough and probably won't be produced fast enough. That oil, even though there's a trip pending to go to Saudi Arabia by the Biden administration, they're down in their reserves too. So even if they release more, it may not be enough. And this cannot be controlled by higher interest rates, unfortunately.
I want to talk about those higher interest rates. A 3-year yield that's now up 20 basis points on the day. A 2-year that's up 19. Everything across the curve is up about 19 to 20 basis points. What cues or signals is that telling the Federal Reserve?
Well, in some ways, I think the Federal Reserve might be hoping that the market does their job for them. But certainly, the signal that they have to be getting right now as they're watching the market melt down is that most of these companies, particularly companies that have not done well, other than the fact that they had 0 interest rates and free money, are going to probably suffer more, that labor is going to suffer more, that wages can't keep up. So they're going to be in a real pickle here because they're going to have to make a decision. It'll be interesting to see what they do on Wednesday. But like I said, regardless of even if they say, okay, we're going to join the market, we're going to jack up these rates, we're going to get these Fed funds eventually up to 6%, can that really control what's happening with the supply side and war inflation, which is something also people seem to forget about, is that the Ukraine produces a lot of food and Russia exports a lot of oil.
So, Michelle, you're painting a pretty bearish scenario where demand presumably decelerates as a result of Fed tightening, but supply remains somewhat constrained. How are you positioning within this market via cross assets or even within the equity market right now?
Well, Gina, happily, I heard you say in the very beginning that this is a commodities type of market, and that's very much the case. We really believe at Market Gauge that we have just really started a commodities super cycle. As everything is cyclical, obviously we've gone through a very long period of an equity bull cycle. That is over. Now, does that mean we'll crash? Not necessarily. It could mean we find a trading range like a stagflation environment would do and had done in the 70s. But commodities, I really believe, especially precious metals, haven't really started getting going yet. I think food has more upside. I think some of the softs have more upside to that. That's really, I think stocks right now would be more of a distraction, and commodities would be better place to put some money.
And Michelle, of course, we discussed, the recession risks that are brewing everywhere, really. How much are you looking inside the US or externally?
Well, what's interesting right now is, I mean, there's the textbook definition of recession, and yet we're not actually in a recession yet. Obviously, declining GDP over 2 quarters is the textbook definition, and we may see that. But I really believe that because we have our unique situation here coming out of COVID, we still have China still has to emerge out of COVID, that the recession may not be really the defining thing. It's really going to be more that we haven't seen any real economic expansion for years.
Very cool.
And we'll just stagnate as opposed to turning down. And I think it's because of COVID, basically. We were already really in the dreads, and now we're just sort of more above that, but stable. Could we go into recession? Absolutely. But right now, that's not my biggest concern.
Michelle Schneider, great.
So this is the sailboat that Pickle Snake built on our Friday stream. Pretty awesome, dude. And then this is the Volkswagen Camper, I believe. No, it's not the Volkswagen Camper. That's another one that he was building as well. Here's a United States rocket. Space shuttle of some sort. I don't know which one it is. That's pretty cool, though. Which one is it? And I guess this might be the Space Shuttle Discovery. Pretty sweet. It's next on the...
Yeah, I wasn't thinking about that. I don't have that one yet, but I want to do it.
Yeah, you know what? That Biden should be our new wallpaper, you know? That's the best. There you go. That's phenomenal. Proud of you, Biden. Sleepy Joe. Props. Props. Keeping it real, man. We're going to need a bigger rocket. There's like 4 million plus AMC investors. We're going to need a really big fucking rocket, dude. Keep building them. Keep going. We're going to need a lot of those. Oof. Look at that.
Wow, wow, meltdown.
But look,
there goes nice. Bye.
Well, he ain't lying, everybody. The SPY just lost an entire 0.5 percentage point to 377.64. And look, consolidating here in that channel, a little bit of a sloppily drawn channel here. No, I think it just broke out above and then fell back beneath. Never mind. Actually, my channel, I think it's quite good there from yesterday. Still using those. It's going in for another retest of that support level at 377.55. We'll see, does she bounce?
These traditional companies.
Definitely retesting. Now down 3.2% on the SPY at this very moment. The NDXT down 4.47%.
Bye. Let's fucking go. VIX on.
See if we'll get more halts today like we did earlier on, was it AERC that was halted? Look at her go. That SPY is really, really trying to bounce right now. Let's see, Algo. Can you do it? Does the Algo have what it takes?
Fucking burn. Burn, burn, burn.
How about a little Ortex update? Looks like AMC, there are 190 shares on loan, an all-time high. That's up 4.5% from a week ago. The free float percentage on loans, 36.92%. Same change percentage-wise. Short interest percentage of the free floats at 22.42, slight drop according to Ortex estimates. But the actual days to cover, the current days to cover is at 3.66, which is up 3.99%. The cost to borrow is at 9.54, which is up from 7 days ago, an 88.9% increase. And the utilization is still at 100%. It's been at 100% for months. Retail owns 90% of the float, as confirmed by AMC. During their shareholder meetings, they're legally obligated to tell us the truth. And institutions own 36.77% of the shares. So therefore, not even thinking about synthetics, just say 90% of the float's owned by retail, 36.77 is owned by institutions, and then there's about 22, a little bit over 22 to 23% estimated, reported short interest right now. That's 148%, over 148% of the float that has been sold on AMC. So if you don't believe in synthetics, that would make this physically impossible.
Oh, yeah. Oh.
Not to mention, it's all self-reported data. Credit Suisse didn't report a single, or did not report a single short between, well, maybe not single, but they didn't report short interest properly at all for 7 fucking years. From 2015 through 2022, they didn't report shorts properly.
And the volume, discrepancy in the volume.
Exactly. You mean the on-balance volume in AMC? OBV remains at record highs on AMC because retail hasn't fucking sold. Like Jackson Hunter likes to say, nobody's selling this thing. Damn, it didn't actually click, did it? It ended up clicking chart parameters instead. That's obnoxious. Let's go over to AMC. OBV's climbing. But even still, zoom out real far. Look at how high the OBV is on AMC, in the billions. 4 billion. Let's go out farther. Now, back in 2020, the OBV of AMC was around 270 million, 447 million. On January 28th, that spiked to 1.3 billion. That fell afterwards as they went position close only, and then continued to rise as retail continued to buy in 2021 for AMC and GameStop. It went up through May 18th, and then May 20th, May 27th, all the way through June 3rd, on-balance volume continued to rise to 7.8 billion. Continued to rise after that, 8.8 billion. There was a slight rundown to 8.7, and then continued highwards to 9.1 billion. And now, ever since then, as of June 17th, 8.8 billion. We've gone down slightly and then moved upwards further to 10.6 billion on-balance volume, and it continues to remain high. And even to this date remains at 8.7 billion on balance volume. Check this out. Easy stuff. And I'll show it to you right here so you can read along if you want to, if you're one of those visual learners. That's why I like to show things on the screen. Even unbalanced volume is a technical indicator of momentum using volume changes to make price predictions. OBV shows crowd sentiment that can predict a bullish or bearish. Comparing relative action between price bars and OBV generates more actionable signals than green or red volume histograms commonly found at the bottom of price charts. OBV provides a running total of an asset's trading volume and indicates whether this volume is flowing in or out. The OBV is cumulative, and there are 3 rules implemented. I'll skip those because it's just semantics. The theory behind OBV is the distinction between smart money and less sophisticated, as mutual funds, etc., etc. At that point, larger and I'll start here. As mutual funds and pension funds begin to buy into an issue that retail investors are selling, volume may increase even as the price remains relatively level. Eventually, volume drives the price upward. At that point, larger investors begin to sell and smaller investors begin buying. Analysts look to volume numbers on the OBV to track large institutional investors. They treat divergence between volume and price as a synonym of the relationship between smart money and the disparate masses, hoping to showcase opportunities for buying against incorrect prevailing trends. In the case of OBV, it's calculated by summing the volume on an up day and subtracting the volume on a down day. Of course, it's got its limitations and all sorts of things. But look at the massive upwards movements in volume that we've had since people started buying in, and retail has not sold. The only way that the price went down without retail selling is via the selling of naked shorts and synthetic shares. It's really quite simple. Take a look. How's the SPY still doing here? Still down 3.07% right now. That's fucking rough. Here. Take a look at this. Trend confirmations. OBV can be used to confirm a price trend, upside breakout, or downside break. The chart for Best Buy shows 3 confirming signals as well as confirmation of the price trend. OBV and BBY moved lower in December, January, higher from March to April, and the trends matched there as people bought and sold. But the difference is, here, nobody sold this. That's the difference. Shit, I just fucked up my chart by moving around too much. I totally fucked up. Oh, I'm on the SPY. My bad. Look at the SPY. And actually, that's actually a great indicator. Look at the SPY. Okay, SPY's high. Here's the January of 2022. Look at the unbalanced volume. It's this red one. It's around 3.6 billion. And then the market tanked for January, recovered a little bit. Kind of has been doing this little bullshit bull trap for months now, and reached a high on March 31st of 3.1 billion. Let me make sure you can see this over there. Okay, you kind of can. Let me move my face. What happened as soon as the market started selling off even harder at the beginning of April and so on this month? They continue to drop. And the OBV now, after continuing a downtrend, is at 625 million. That's a reduction from 3 billion just several months ago. That's the SPY. The SPY on balance volume is dropping. Meanwhile, the price is dropping. But on AMC, the price spiked with the OBV, and then the price started going down because of shorting. People kept buying. The price spiked again with the OBV, and synthetics brought the price down because of shorting. And now, AMC's OBV has not gone down over the last 2 years like we just saw the SPYs did, or even over the last couple months like we saw the SPYs has. The price of AMC may be going down, but nobody's fucking selling this thing. The OBV of AMC is 8.7 billion as of the most recent calculation here on my chart, on the 2-year line chart. Let that be a lesson to you in a little bit of the possibilities with watching things like on balance volume. See, this is the OBV on the 5-minute candles here. And since there was heavy institutional selling in the morning, it came down. But then again, it's trending up with the rest of it here. But it doesn't track with the price on the longer time frames, only on the short-term time frames, because it tracks long-term buy and hold. Buy and hold. That's what's fucking these market makers on GameStop and AMC. One more thing. Look at, still tracking. GameStop is respecting our fucking authority, tracking our fucking channel right here, support and resistances. It's going nowhere right now, but slightly upwards in this channel. AMC's doing the same fucking thing. So respecting the authority of the algorithmic shortcomings. You can only do so much. They're machines. They trade in ones and zeros, you know? Yeah, Ader, I believe it too. Ader's got some really hardcore fans. HG Trading says you should look at Ader as well with the OBV. And you sure can. Take a look at it. We'll go to Ader, Atarian Inc. We'll go out to the 2-year. I'll just do a line chart to make my life simpler. And look at the OBV. Back in 2021, it was low. It bounced up, dropped, fell real low, bounced up, and then dropped a little bit with the price. It's still up heavily at around 383 million. The difference is, with AMC and GameStop, retail owns the float. And that's not the case with the Tarian. That's why you don't see the exact same thing with Ader as opposed to that you see with AMC and GameStop. Because with AMC, bam, retail owns the fucking float. Nobody's selling this thing, according to my man Jackson Hunter. Check him out on YouTube and Twitter. How about Bluebird? Can't say that about Bluebird over the last 2 years. You know, their OBV's gone down because retail doesn't own it. Redbox. Redbox OBV jumped up heavily on the volume that's occurring right now through the short covering, I would believe, you know. Again, that's 2-year line. So I digress. Let's back away from that for a little bit. I've dwelled on that for a little too long. GameStop trade alerts. Close this out actually. Bloomberg's talking about going to the moon now, apparently, too.
ESA wants to be a leading force in furthering humanity's mission
to the fucking moon. The spider says 60,000 a share is acceptable. I like it. I like it, guy. I like the optimism for sure.
I'm really tweeting about Amy.
Sure as fuck is. Michael Burry's tweeted about theaters. It took 10 years to overstuff the shorts, in my opinion, is what he's saying. He's talking about the shorts that have piled in to AMC. And it's not likely that all the shorts get out in less than a year. This man's talking to me. This man speaks my language. State Street sees 175 basis point hikes over the next 3 Fed meetings. They're probably suspecting another 50 and then a couple 75s, or a 70, or a couple 50s and then a 75, or a 75 and then a couple 50s. I still think they're undercutting the amount of rate hikes that are actually going to happen because inflation's a runaway fucking train. Yeah, Fade to Riches makes. Thanks for bringing this up, buddy. He says, because OBV is a momentum indicator, it works best on trending markets than consolidated markets. That's why on a longer time frame, it works so well. We see AMC from $70 to $10, and the OBV is holding strong. On a smaller time frame, if price consolidates, it's not as accurate. Same way moving averages work better on trending markets, but price easily breaks them on consolidating markets. Excellent point. That's why the longer time frames, when in doubt, zoom out. Love it, man. Think Tank, you guys are the best. Check it out. It's just this fucking giant wrinkle brain Peter Hahn says Federal Reverse Repo, $2,222,860,000,000, the 5th all-time high since the June 3rd executive order implementation. He says it is a way for institutions to park cash risk-free and earn 5 basis points to ride out the storm. And what is not commonly realized, though, is that the reverse repo provides a source of prized, risk-free collateral, which helps finance shorts, naked shorts. And this is the reason the reverse repo grows. As their short positions become more and more risky, the more and more that they needed to go in the reverse repo. And that's why we check it every single day. That's why it's up from under $1 trillion last year. That's why it's up from not even being under $100 million 2 years ago. It was under $100 million 2 years ago, and it's now at $2.2 trillion. What the fuck does that tell you, people? Things are out of control. They're fucking desperate. Filthy fucking rich. Now, a lot of people think that, not being able to, or that swearing or cursing, I should say, is a sign of a lack of intelligence. And I actually beg to differ. I think that's one of the most impactful ways to use the English language. And in a way, it can actually be quite eloquent, because saying we're going to be so generationally wealthy, wow, that's pretty cool. It doesn't have the same fucking effect as we're going to be so motherfucking rich. What do you think, Cash? Get the fucking money printer out, your own pal. Look at this. Our SPY chart that we've made here is reached the end of our flag, of our pennant. It already attempted a breakout to the downside to 376.73. And it's going to be quite an interesting trend to see which way it continues to move. But I got to zoom in here. Let's go to the 1 minute candle. Yeah, it did break out to the downside outside of there. Consolidating, retest a high, come back down towards the 376 level on the SPY. AMC, slight upward trend, still consolidating in that 1146 range. Getting ready for a movement. I don't know if it's going to be today or tomorrow, though. The real masquerades, the government, the Federal Reserve, I should say, keeps increasing the RRP. They increased the limit. They added members to the RRP. They increased the limit of the RRP. They increased the number of counterparties available to the RRP per day. They increased the amounts usable per counterparty per day. Absolute desperation. Look at AMC. Look at that. 1146 to 1152 in a heartbeat. I suspect the next one's got to bring it right back down into the channel, unless some delta hedging's actually happening yet. But that's going to be the next bet. It's going to come right back down to 1145, 1147. We shall go to the moon too, says Crypto Wacko. I like it. Prove me wrong, AMC. Breakout, mother bitch. It's not going to happen. I'd like it to right this second, but it's unlikely. I'll always be real with you guys about what I think, whether it's good or bad. That's why they call me Boss Blunts. Not just because I like blunts, but also because I'm very blunt. But mostly because I like blunts. Yeah, Andrew Francis, I'm sorry if I'm saying it wrong. There's no more shares left to borrow of AMC. At least there wasn't a few minutes ago when I checked. Inspirato's making new lows, down 10%, 432 on the day. Cost down 6.5%. Lucid down 8%. The NDX is down 3.6%. The NDXT 5%. Redbox up 14%. SQQQ up 11%. TBT, Pro Shares Ultra Short, 20-year Treasury Short, is up 6% still. And actually climbing again nicely, of course, as the SPY is tanking farther. Making a test of 378. Look, it broke out to the down and the upside. I might just have channels that are a little too tight. I might just have to widen my channel on the SPY. Stephen Golding. I own some Mullen. I just don't have the high hopes that I do of AMC and GameStop. I do suspect it'll squeeze at some point. Oh, no problem, buddy. If I can read your chat and I think it's a good question, I'll always answer. Sometimes I get into a rant though, and I forget that I'm even like on stream, and I just feel like I'm talking to my friend or my friends, which I am. You know, here speaking with you all. So yeah, sometimes I forget to answer questions because I just fucking rant. Yeah, and I forget all about. Oh yeah, people are talking to me. My apologies. Appreciate you too, Highway Frog.
Just imagine yourself without the blunts. Never stop raining.
It's not good, my friend. I prefer to keep that in my life. AMC's got that Nike check. I like that, Tomas. This is another great one. In case you guys hadn't seen this, came out on Fox News just a couple days ago. Check this out. This whatever the hell that is. Oh, where's my premium? Oh, I'm on the wrong account. I need to get on my premium account. Fucking ads. Check this out.
Well, the performance of Tiger Global, this is one of the biggest hedge funds in the entire industry, down 52% just this year, clocking $17 billion in losses, much of it attributed to huge investments in Silicon Valley unicorns, which have recently floundered, along with the tech sector, right? Then there's D1 Capital Partners, which last year posted a gigantic portfolio gain of 70%. It's now scrambling after down 23% year to date after having borrowed $2 billion to take stakes in private companies whose valuations, you guessed it, have now plunged. And then last month, Melvin Capital's Gabe Plotkin pulled the plug on his fund after wrong-footed short bets on GameStop, among other names. As many hedge fund traders find themselves on the wrong end of the markets, which are either in or hovering around bear territory, is the worst yet to come. Let's bring in hedge fund veteran Raj Rajaratnam. He founded and managed the Galleon Group hedge fund until an insider trading case forced its closure in 2009. Raj now runs his family office.
Did you notice what she just said?
In or hovering around bear territory is the worst yet to come. Let's bring in hedge fund veteran Raj Rajaratnam. He founded and managed the Galleon Group hedge fund until an insider trading case forced its closure in 2009.
He founded and ran Galleon hedge fund until an insider trading scandal forced the closure. And what did he do? He just ran off and opened up a family office.
Raj now runs his family office, Cinnamon Global. How much worse is this going to get? I mean, these are just a couple of names that have reported their very bad performance.
Yeah, I think it's going to get a lot worse, Liz, because what I'm astounded by is the lack of risk discipline in these hedge funds. We talk about asset bubbles in meme stocks. We talk about bubbles in SPACs.
Asset bubbles in meme stocks. Heavily shorted stocks.
We talk about bubbles in cryptocurrency. But these are supposed to be some of the most sophisticated investors. And the reason people give 2% management fee and 20% incentive fee is to manage the risk in down markets. What we've seen is that the large hedge funds, long-short equity hedge funds, have got into SPAC investing, have got into private equity investing, got into venture capital investing, which is not their traditional expertise. And they're borrowing money. So when the market turns, they're not able to be flexible and move quickly.
What amazes me is people, as you say, are paying these guys to be much smarter than the rest of us in the room. And look what is happening here. When the markets flip a switch and the tables do turn, that's when, as Buffett likes to say, you see who's been swimming naked as the tide goes out. Well, I know you can't name names, but what types of bets have gone so wrong way that we will start to see some hedge funds that have made those bets maybe go under?
Well, if you're down 50%,
5-0,
you need to make another 100% on your capital to get to break even. So if you start at 100, you go to 50, now you have to double the 50 to get to 100. So there's going to be a lot of hedge funds that are under what they call their high water mark. And they're not going to work for free, so some of them will close down and possibly restart again.
And then their investors come knocking at the door as well.
They're just going to close down and then restart again as a family office.
It just starts falling like dominoes, saying we want to pull our money
out. So I think there are a whole bunch of hedge funds that will close shop, either because investors are taking money out or because they don't want to stay the course. So the most important thing to be a hedge fund manager is to manage risk. And that's why investors give you the high incentive fee.
Hence the term hedge. You're supposed to hedge. Let me ask now, they also are getting another stumbling block thrown at their feet, and that is the potential rule change to trading that Gary Gensler, the Securities and Exchange Commission chair, wants to make. Hedge funds make massive block trades. How do you foresee his changes, potentially involving things like ending payment for order flow practices, affecting hedge funds, and quite frankly, could any kind of contagion spill over to the retail investor?
So this payment for order flow is mainly aimed at the retail investor. Today, the retail investor accounts for about 20% of the trading. So firms like Charles Schwab, E-Trade, the big retail brokerage firms, Ameritrade, Robinhood, they shop these orders to a firm like Citadel or Virtue, and they get paid for that order flow. In fact, these brokerage firms last year made $3.8 billion paying the brokerage firms for order flow.
Right.
Now, what you do if you're E-Trade or Charles Schwab, you give it to your favorite execution broker. And while the public thinks they're getting no commission, they're not getting the best execution price. So there's commissions built into the system. So I think it's a great idea that Gensler is trying to make it much more competitive and put it into an auction system. But knowing Washington and knowing the lobby of the brokerage firms, I'm not optimistic that anything will get done in the near future.
Well, you are running money for your family office. The markets have been very hard to anticipate. What do you see as an opportunity right now, Raj?
Yeah, so we invest in disruptive technologies. And we've been very cautious on the market. It's a very, very challenging year this year. What we are seeing now is the valuations have compressed. And what we are doing is looking at companies or sectors that are somewhat recession resistant. So there are 3 sectors we've identified. One is cybersecurity. Every day, people are trying to hack companies in the United States. We look at cloud computing, which is important, and electric vehicles. This trend towards clean energy and electric vehicles is a secular trend. And within that, we have companies that we've invested in.
Good to see you, Raj. Please come back, because I know this hedge fund story is far from over. A lot of them may start to fall and stumble and then outright pull the plug. Raj Rajaratnam, good to see you.
Liz. Take care.
To be a professional dancer, it takes hard work.
So this guy is the family office, runs the family office, Cinnamon. You've seen them on Twitter spreading FUD in the past. And now here they are on Fox News talking shit about other hedge funds. That man's hedge fund was closed down due to insider trading scandals. And now he just went to create a family office. And I think AMC's having a move upwards. Get the fuck out of here. Nah, it's going to break back down. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong.
Poke it with a stick. Sharp one.
I'm about to get a knife out. Proverbial knife, not a literal knife. Well, my friends, AMC's making some very interesting movements at the top of this channel right now. On quite a good amount of volume.
Power hour in 10 minutes.
Power hour in 10 minutes, you say? I like that. What are you doing, Amy? You doing something. What's the SPY up to? SPY is at 378 still, so it's at negative 3.02%, and it is actually, SPY is getting crushed right now, and AMC's moving upwards a little bit. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying we're fucking flying, but it's hanging out strong at 11.55, and it's different. GameStop trending sideways. Still a slight upwards channel there on GameStop, it seems like. This reminds me a lot of May of last year, before the May 27th movement and the June 2nd movements. The hard push down in pricing day after day in pre-market and with the market just reminds me a lot of that. There's some fuckery happening right now. Everything's kind of really slowed down for the moment. Fresh baked. Glad to see you were able to stop by, my man. Have a good day at work. Catch up with you later. Let's see, so IWM, which top holding is AMC's, trending downwards. But AMC is not. But very low volume right now. Very, very little movements now. Everything's just kind of stalled. This was actually pretty good. At 50,000, 97,000, 70,000, 50,000, 56,000. Right now it's just kind of stalling out right here on this one. Rodwan, cheers, my friend. It's nice to see you. Thanks so much, man. You don't have to super chat me. I appreciate you. Thank you. How's ARC still moving? Still up? Still up 27.7%? Yep. Bluebird is still taking a massive beating from the morning gap up to $6.16. It's now hanging out down at 452. We're just getting smashed. It's going to continue to get smashed for the entire day. I wonder if it has a pre-market gap up tomorrow again, or if that was it. But it's had a gap up in pre-market a couple of days now, so it's unlikely, but it's possible. It's definitely possible. TBT's going up, Cash. It's at 28.46, motherfucker.
Cheers.
Cheers, baby. This one's for you and for Ken Griffin. Thank you, Ken Griffin, for providing us this wonderful opportunity. Thank you, Jerome Powell, for printing shitloads of money. Thank you to the banks for allowing the greed and hedge funds to over-leverage themselves. John, this is Interactive Brokers downloadable application. Let's take a look at Bitcoin and see what the hell she's doing. 23,441. Respecting the authority of the downwards trend here. Going back to 23K with the quickness, in my opinion. I'm calling for 21,000 by tomorrow. At this pace, at this rate. It all depends on if it can hold on to this 23,600 range. It needs to be at 23,600 over the next hour. Otherwise, I think she keeps going down towards 23, then 22, 21 by tomorrow. Again, I'm not a financial advisor, and anything is possible. Yeah, let's see the SPY pump. No. Do I see the SPY going back up to 410? Absolutely fucking not. Not for another 5 years or so. Maybe 10? 10 years? 5 to 10 years? I'm going to go grab another drink. I will be right back. The SPY making another push downwards. Look at that. Look at that big red candle. That's disgusting. I'm going to be right back in a second. I'm just going to run and grab another drink.
Hell yeah, Sam.
Hell yeah, Cash.
So we're not rich yet.
Yeah,
It's
SV.
so goddamn rich.
Kenny, show me the money.
Hope you all ready to get this money. We're in the end game.
Well, 376.80 is getting tested again. That's pretty crazy, man.
Yeah, man.
What a pile of dog shit. That's a good way to put it.
Yeah, the market looks terrible.
.27% down on the fucking SPY right now. Holy shit. It's gonna keep going. You know, SPX is down. Bitcoin. If Bitcoin's gonna go down, it's got to. They got to keep moving that money to the SPY. As far as I'm concerned. Respecting the shit out of our channel. How many times did it retest that resistance? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 attempts to a breakout in the last few hours today. And all rejected.
Welcome to Power Hour.
Mm-hmm. Pam, I'll check to see what he says. Thanks for letting me know.
Yeah, yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, crypto getting close.
Yeah. 23,333 on Bitcoin. Just getting fucking hammered. We have entered the power hour, my friends. SPY is down 3.3 at 376 and falling. And talk about bearish. Look at the fucking negative selling pressure. Oh my God, the vortex indicator pushing hard, oscillating really hard opposite. There's no fucking buying pressure right now, it looks like.
Oh, meltdown.
Wow, the volatility Go ahead, man. I was just excited. Sorry.
You don't want to be the last one out.
376.37. Nuts. History in the making.
Yeah, wait for next month. Fireworks, literally.
I wonder if it'll take that long.
Well, I mean,
The 4th of
think
July.
about it. Yeah, we could MOASS before, might mean the world after.
Burn it down so we can rebuild it.
Yeah.
Remember, we're not the ones that are burning it down. It's the short hedge funds and the banks like Goldman Sachs that have $353 billion in assets and $48 trillion in derivatives. And that's a fact, my friends. Look at that pump on the SPY. Look at her go from 376.40 to 377.40. Well, can you say Plunge team at work? The VIX, heavy selling pressure on the 1 minute candles. Sell them hard. $33.11 on the VIX. Heavy selling pressure. 2 minutes in a row. The IWM continues to extend its losses to 4.26%. Let me back off. My time frame's too short. Here you go on the 5 minute candles. AMC 1143. Look at it. Started to move above the channel that we drew for it. And of course, what happened? It respected the channel, was shorted heavily. The algorithm brought it right back down to our support. And what's going to happen now? It might downtrend a little bit, but it'll probably come right back up and keep bouncing from, 1145 to 1152 as it consolidates. Crush the IV, crush the price of calls and puts, and then make another movement. I dig this. This is solid. It's a little too slow, though. Chill hop on YouTube, in case anybody was wondering. Alert, weed is legal in Thailand, and it's also legal here where I live. I don't need to go to Thailand for it. Let's see our girl GameStop doing the same thing. Pushed up high, come back down, supporting its levels. Well, and did that not work out for the SPY? Do you guys see what's happening here? Apparently not. But that was one single move, one single fucking big candle here with massive volume. What does it have? 89,000 volume on that positive movement here. Now we're seeing 55,000, 30,000, 62,000. Going in for another retest. The vortex is extremely bearish. The stochastic RSI has a lot of room to move downward still. This power hour is going to get nasty quick. We're going to retest that 374 range possibly. Shit is solid. Lo-fi keeps me sane. Let's put it that way. $376.50 on the SPY right now. Low today was 374.93. Huh. The SPY seems to have broken below the resistance levels. I mean, the support levels that it had there. What do you think, Martin? If you're around, or what do you guys think in the think tank? Oh yeah, CV Payne's tweet. Thank you, Pam. Forgot about that. I got it over here on the other screen. It's got so many fucking screens going. Charles Payne. Charles says, I never thought they went away. No, they didn't. Apes are not leaving. That's really fucking cool, I gotta say. It says AMC hodl, Citadel sucks. And then this King Kong ape smashing into the Citadel building, downtown Chicago. And the building is on fire as the ape destroys it. That's fucking awesome.
To win in the next 6 to 12 months. And as we can see that discount rates are definitely going to go higher, I think that's long duration stocks in tech particularly.
Red.
You say when until the dust settles.
That's 3.5%
What does dust
red,
settling
baby.
look like for you at the moment, Lale?
Look, we have to see several conditions in place before we think that the market will find a bottom, and that is, of course, signs that supply side pressures are going to decrease. A lot of that CPI increase is obviously coming from the supply side, but also from excess demand as well. But again, supply side pressures need to show some signs of decreasing. We need to see a cool down in the labor market, and those sticky inflation components, such as rent, such as wages, to come down as well. well. We need to see China reopening on a sustainable basis. As you know, Beijing has more infection rates at the moment. And of course, we need to see the Feds taking the action and being able to cool down inflation with rate increases and also QT.
Speaking of those rate increases, I'd love to get a sense of how you factor your views on the bond market into your views on the equity market. Can stocks, for instance, bottom as rates are still rising?
Look, I mean, it could happen, but I do believe that first of all, not all the we are basically saying that you need to be very selective in this market environment. I still do believe that when rates are rising, especially on the long end, we are going to see those stocks that are long duration stocks, really those stocks that take more time for the cash flows to be returned to the investors. They're going to come under pressure because we do see that flattening yield curve and maybe inversion as well happening this year. We are saying that you need to be really exposed to value stocks as opposed to growth stocks.
The yield curve inversion happened in 2019. It usually signals a recession 6 months to 24 months before the actual recession occurs. That was more than 24 months ago. And that was actually August of 2019, so that was well over 24 months ago. And then we saw it again just a couple months ago in March. We're about to see it again. As a matter of fact, we have seen it again. We are seeing it right now, and here is the proof of it. The current 2-year yields. I'm sorry, let's go with the 5-year yield is at 3.48, and that's 100 basis points higher than the 10-year yield at 3.38. And the 5-year at 3.491 is also 110 basis points higher than the 30-year at 3.381. So you get a better return with shorter investments. It shows that the banks don't have any, well, banks and institutions don't have any confidence in bonds and treasuries and the value of a dollar in the long term. The 2 years at 3.285 and the 10 years at 3.385. That's only 100 basis points difference. That'll be gone in a second.
That market implosion.
Yep. You can see here April of 2022 was a negative 0.05 because the 2-year was over the 10-year then. And it's at 0.09, and it's steadily going down because when this goes lower, it shows the difference. This is the difference between the 10-year and the 2-year spread. So when this comes lower and negative, it shows the 2 years higher than the 10-year, and that's how far it is. It was a 0.05% difference, and it's about to happen again. Look on the 3-year. The last time you saw that shit was August and September of 2019, where it was negative right before the RRP bailout by the Fed. 46 minutes and the fucking SPY is falling apart. 42 minutes or so left on the day. Look at this thing. Look at the SPY is moving like crazy right now, up and down. It is extremely volatile. We're looking at 162,000, 163,000 selling pressure here, and now it's trying to buy it back here. Holy shit. This market's having a fucking stroke.
And Bitcoin going lower.
Well, gee, I wonder where the money's coming from, right? Bitcoin at 23.289. It's actually kind of pumping right now too for a second. Still going to trend downwards. Ethereum is down 17% on the day. 1225 right now. It's going back to retest 1200. Absolutely is going to retest 1200. Who wants to see something crazy? All right, take a look at this. This might blow your fucking mind. The blue line is 2008. And as you figured, the green and red is right now. We're tracking right along with the global financial collapse of 2008. Just beginning to see the meltdown. Again, the blue line is 2008.
It's like we're right on time.
No shit. Up here, the SPY was at 480. And down here, if it does the same thing as 2008, it brings us down to 230. I suspect this one's going to be a lot worse, since there's a lot more derivatives, a lot more lies, and a lot more greed. I'm looking for 150 on the SPY. And we're looking here.
Where will the links be at that level?
I can't say. I would guess it'd be over 150.
Yeah, minimum.
Yep.
They say that history doesn't repeat itself, but that sure rhymes a lot.
Yes, it does. Amazon calls cops and fires workers in attempts to stop unionization. What a bunch of scumbags. According to the Washington Post. Donald Trump says on earlier today, the stock markets are literally crashing. There was no reason for this. It's all self-inflicted. Okay, first of all, let me preface what I'm about to read by saying this is a bunch of fucking nonsense because Kathy Wood doesn't know her ass from a hole in the ground. She says, credit default swap market is extremely bearish as ARK fund drops another 8%. Credit default swaps increase in price as mortgage-backed securities fall in price. So if anything, the credit default swap market is the most bullish it's ever been in the history of mankind. This bitch knows nothing. She's like Jim Cramer as far as I'm concerned. It's not... Both of these people, Jim Cramer and Kathy Wood, are absolutely out of touch with reality and are going to say whatever they want to say to try to make themselves look good or to make their bosses and investors happy. One new high on the New York Stock Exchange. Thanks, Pilot. FJB Pilot. Shows there's okay, everybody. There's one new high on the New York Stock Exchange. 4,130 decliners on the NASDAQ, 606 advancers. 706 new lows on the New York Stock Exchange. 21 new highs on the NASDAQ and 1,079 new lows on the NASDAQ. 1,079 new lows. That's fucking insane. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Pickle Snake. Man, that thing's coming along nicely. You got the engine mounted in that thing already. You got part of the chassis built here, it looks like. That's going to be a lot of fun. I can't wait to see that.
Yeah,
thing
I'm
in
starting
action.
on the outside now. Probably finish it tomorrow.
Oh yeah. Oh man, that stuff. I don't even know how the hell you do it, man. I'd get lost. Back to ETH, still struggling at 1220. Bitcoin still struggling at 23.2, 23.196. SPY's down 3.6% at 375 and dropping. IWM 4.6%. AMC's at 1138. It's Kathy Wood. Vanguard founder Jack Bogle has just disclosed a $1.3 billion short bet on Bitcoin. Damn that old fart. Biden said earlier this month he wouldn't be able to bring down gas and food prices in the short term, citing war in Ukraine as the underlying factor. That man's insane. I think he believes his own lies at this point. I truly do. Bitcoin's testing 23,000 again, 23,165. Ethereum's testing 1,200 again. David, that's called a vortex indicator. Just because you were asking, it shows you positive and negative selling pressure. And when the red line's above the green line and expanding and they get farther apart, that would be bearish. And when the green line crosses over and above the red line and then expands farther apart, that would be bullish. Kind of like Bollinger Bands, except in the opposite sense. Instead of always going across from each other, they can actually cross in between, in and out of each other. It's volume indicators, positive volume and negative volume. Redbox. Redbox had its really nice move today. I knew it was going to get shorted all day. I told you guys that earlier. Look, that thing's now only up 9% right now after having a massive 30-something% move earlier today. It's owned by institutions, man, you know? It's like, and they've got to start rolling and covering, so shit's going to happen. Meme stocks are going to keep moving like this, and it's just going to get more out of control as equities lose value. Oh, look at that. Aeroclean is now up 38% on the day. Right? And then yesterday was up a little bit as well, down the day prior, and the day before that, and then it was up 190% the day before that. So it's one of those that you really got to look at the big picture. Let me back off here. So just June 1st, June 3rd, I should say. June 3rd, it was trading for $2. June 6th, it went up to $4.67. June 7th, it went up to $13. And then we're shorted the next day. Shorted the next day, went up a little bit though. And then today, it's up to $18.15. These are the meme stocks. This is rolling of positions, closing of shorts, covering, whatever the fuck you want to call it, delta hedging. And the money's coming from places like the FANGMAT stocks and the rest of the market. Bitcoin is going into retest 23,100 next. The low on Bitcoin of the day was 22,581. I suspect we're going in for another retest fast and hard. SPY is now at 375, down 3.8% on the day. 374.91 and making new daily lows right fucking now. 374.80. Ouch. That's gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt a lot of people. $374.66, a new low, going in down 3.84% now, and there's still a half hour left of trading. Check this out, Alarian. Mohammed Alarian, a damn good economist, was recently saying that the Fed could have avoided a lot of the current inflation. And if they would have acted sooner, even last year, like we'd been begging them to on this channel, things would be better right
at
now.
Allianz, a financial services company, and the president of Queen's College in Cambridge. Mohammed, good morning.
Good morning.
Well, let's start with inflation, where everybody else is starting. It's reported the highest level in just over 40 years. How did we get here, and are things going to get worse?
We got here because we got a combination of things happening. Of course, we know about the Ukraine war. We know about the energy transition. Also, the Federal Reserve mischaracterized inflation and fell behind. And all these things came together and are feeding now this everything inflation. The price of nearly everything is going up, and it's making us feel really insecure.
There was some hope in some quarters. It may have been motivated reasoning, but there was some hope that inflation might be turning around, the picture might be getting better. So give us your sense. Was that hope misplaced, or is this a sign of how hard it is to predict where we are in the economy at this moment?
It's both. There was hope initially that it is transitory, meaning temporary and quickly reversible. There was hope, as you pointed out, that it had peaked. I never shared those hopes. I think you've got to be very modest about what we know about this inflation process. And I fear that it's still going to get worse. We may well get to 9% at this rate.
I want to get back to that point about modesty, but staying on inflation, how much is this a part of what's domestic U.S. issues? You mentioned some of them. How much of it is what's happening overseas?
It started mainly external, exogenous, if you like, things that we imported. But then the Federal Reserve did not react. It mischaracterized what inflation is, and it fell behind.
Yep.
And the lessons of history is once you fall behind, you lose the ability of the first best response. You end up in this awful situation that we're in today, where you need to make a choice. Do you slam on the brakes hard to control inflation and risk a recession, or do you just tap on the brakes and risk inflation lasting much longer than it should?
So does that mean the Federal Reserve is in the second best response, or are they in the third or fourth best response?
Well, the problem for us all is they're far away from the first best response. I mean, what makes this very frustrating is it was partially avoidable. This is going to have enormous economic, social, it hits the poor particularly hard, institutional, and political consequences. And most of it could have been avoided had early actions been taken.
Looking at what the Federal Reserve is doing, raising rates to try to push down on demand, how is that story going? And will these new numbers, how do you think these new numbers will affect what the Federal Reserve is going to do going forward?
So it's not going well so far because the Fed is yet to explain to us why it got its forecast so wrong for so long. The European Central Bank, they were in the same position. They've explained why. And that's important because until you regain credibility, you cannot get on top of inflation expectations. We should look the Fed to increase by at least 50 basis points this coming week.
Those expectations, the University of Michigan Consumer Sentiment Survey showed that people's fears about inflation in the future was going up. Is that related to that lack of confidence in the Fed's ability to bring prices down?
It is. Long-term inflation expectations are now 3.3%, the highest we've seen them for 15 years. People are losing confidence in the ability of the Fed to get a handle on this inflation process.
So, Mohammed, implicit in everything you've been saying and we've been talking about is the murkiness of the picture. Economics is always a little murky. Are we at an extra murky period right now? And does that mean all policymakers are essentially flying, if not blind, they're dealing with something we've never seen before, and therefore humility is even more called for in policy prescriptions?
So humility is totally called for. You know, I was very puzzled when a year ago so many people were so confident that inflation was transitory. There was so much we didn't understand about the post-COVID inflation that humility would have been a good idea.
Look at that pump on the
Unfortunately,
SPY,
today there's
massive.
a few things we know for sure. This inflation is hurting all Americans, and it's hurting the poor particularly hard. That we know for sure. Second,
Massive
the longer it
pump.
lasts,
Holy
the more
shit,
it's going
look
to
at 'em
create
go.
demand destruction, meaning that the average American not only get hit by higher prices, but they will start worrying about their income. And that is not a situation that we really want to be in.
If that's what's facing the American consumer or the American public, what's your sense? The Economist had a piece about how CEOs did not come up in an age of hyperinflation, that this is the first time for businesses to deal with an inflationary moment. How does that change the toolkit that businesses have to use to face the economic conditions today?
Well, they've got to be both more resilient and more agile. More resilient and be able to absorb the higher costs, and more agile in knowing how much of this they can pass on.
Look at that.
It is also difficult for households. We haven't had to deal with this amount of inflation. So it's putting everybody out of their comfort zone. And that's an additional worry that we may not know how to react quickly enough, and we may create a deeper problem. That's why policy leadership is so critical at this stage.
So I'm going to ask you to give the darkest picture as you see it, and then perhaps the most optimistic. Let's start with the darkest in terms of how long economic difficulties might be with us, and what they might look like if things continue to go in a darker direction.
So we're now in a period of stagflation, meaning lower growth and higher inflation.
There you go.
The darkest period is that inflation persists, heads to 9%. People start worrying that it's going to go to 10%. And next thing you know, we end up in a recession. And that would be tragic if that were to happen. Because again, it is the most vulnerable segments of the population that get hit hard. What's the best is that the Fed regains control of the inflation narrative, and we have what's called a soft landing. Inflation comes down without us sacrificing growth too much. Unfortunately, the balance of risks is tilted in the negative way right now.
Let me ask you about stagflation. We hear a lot. Feel free to define it a little bit more, and let me ask you this question. I thought that stagflation included also a piece of high unemployment. We don't have high unemployment, so why isn't that a possibly bright sign?
Oh, that's a really good sign.
We do have high unemployment. The unemployment numbers are cooked just like the other numbers. When people haven't been looking for a job for 4 weeks, they're no longer considered unemployed. Now they're considered out of the workforce. That's how the Biden administration cooks the books on the unemployment numbers.
We have a strong labor market, and that's what's keeping us away from a recession right now. That's why a recession is a risk scenario, not a baseline. The one bad thing about our labor market is that we don't have enough labor force participation. We don't have enough workers. We have twice as many jobs that are open that there are workers. And what we need is more workers entering the labor force. That would help tremendously with our economic outlook.
In terms of options, we've talked about the Fed. What other policymakers or areas of help might come to fix the economic situation that America faces?
So number one is, as we talked about, the Fed regaining control of inflation. Number two is focusing more fiscal support on the most vulnerable segment of the population. Number three are what we call restructuring measures, increasing productivity and labor force participation. And finally, let's not forget about financial markets. The last thing we want is financial instability to undermine economic
The Dow Jones
prosperity.
is tanking,
So
yeah.
we need more
New
focus
lows on the
on
Dow.
financial stability.
Can I ask you just about the labor force participation piece? What does that mean exactly?
So, for example, better childcare would encourage more women to come back into the labor force. Retraining and retooling would allow more people to re-enter the labor force.
All right. Bitcoin's 23,249. After just retesting 23,000 again minutes ago. Look at the channel though. Still strong within a downwards channel.
Labor force. We have the people. They are just out of the labor market, either by
There you go.
choice
See?
or by necessity.
See, he's telling you we have the people. The unemployment numbers are low, but we have a lot of people that are unemployed because they're out of the workforce. This guy works for UK Cambridge. He's limited on what he can and can't say.
And anything we can do to re-engage them is a win-win.
All right, Mohamed El-Erian, thank you so much for being with us. We're going to be talking to you again. I'm certain of that. Thanks again.
El-Erian always bringing up great points. But he's very careful in the way that he speaks. And I got to respect him for that because he can only say so much. A lot of these guys are out of touch with reality. You guys are right about that. Nvidia is still down 7.5. Yeah. Redbox up 14% right now. Going to continue that downtrend. AeroClean continues to move up, man. That thing's up 42% now. Top Wall Street bets mentions for Monday, June 13th. GameStop, Tesla, Apple, Tilray, Amazon, Coinbase, AMC, XOM, DTE, and UVXY. What the hell is just is happening right here? Dow Jones Industrial is down 986 points.
Wow, look at the VIX.
Damn. Damn. That's fucking gnarly.
Oh, yeah.
3486 on the VIX. I'm going on my broker to stroke my VIX for a little while. SPY hanging on for dear life at 374. Holy shit. Getting fucking hammered, down 4% now. Wow. 373.91 new lows on the SPY. Holy shit. Oh man, is this what I think it is? Take a look at mortgage-backed securities. Mortgage-backed securities are tanking. Wow. That means credit default swaps, like we said, are going through the roof. The opposite of what Kathy Wood said is happening.
Yeah, and thanks for having me on. And definitely a challenging day as equity markets fall into a bear market, for the first time this year for the close, or at least looks like it will be for the close. You mentioned that markets were trading recession today. I'm not sure that's the case. Bonds, not with the way bonds sold off, not with the way real rates sold off. I think today was a trading liquidity, just trying to gain liquidity. So kind of not a risk off like we've seen for the last 20 years, where equities and credit and commodities would sell off and treasuries would rally. More just get liquidity in this environment. So I'm not saying that's a kind of a capitulation or kind of bottoming type of trade yet, but that's what this feels like. For the first really 5 months of the year, we were trading tightening financial conditions. We started trading recession for a couple weeks with bonds, starting to rally as opposed to just selling off. For the last week, we've been back to tightening, financial conditions trades with stocks and bonds selling off.
And you're spot on. A 10-year real yield that jumps 26 basis points on the day to now 64. So pretty incredible when you think about sort of that real yield market as well. You mentioned sort of the trading of that and sort of the signs of capitulation. What sort of bigger picture items are you looking for to sort of see when we start to get a bottoming out here of these equity markets?
Yeah, so first and foremost, the question we're grappling with is are we going into recession in the United States or across major economies? We may get a shallow recession in Europe. The United States, our base case has been that we're not going into recession. Odds have certainly increased. Probabilities of recession have risen. Maybe they're 25 to 35%. Are these market movements saying that we've gone to a base case of recession? We're not there yet. If we're not going into recession, then the market movements this year have really been about just repricing equities for higher rates and most importantly, higher real rates, as you said.
Eric Knudsen, stick with us, multi-asset CIO, of course, for Neuberger Berman. We're going to be back in just a few moments. Very big equity sell-off and bond sell-off underway. More of that next.
New low on the SPY with 10 minutes to close. 373.91. Can you believe it, folks? History in the making right now. The indices are trolling near session lows heading into the close. The move back to lows has coincided with another spike in Treasury yields. What the fuck is this? Why is there missing data? What the hell is going on? Redbox is up 15% still. SQQ's up 14%. Bitcoin is struggling to hold on to 23,250, and there it goes. It's hanging on to 23,250 right now. Ethereum is struggling to hang on at 1230 right now. Going to retest 1200. The SPX making new lows, 3740, 3725, and holy shit, 3739. It's making new lows right now. Wow. Wow. You gotta be fucking shitting me. Dude. The fuck? You gotta be fucking kidding me. That is fucking insane. Tell me this VIX isn't gonna fucking fly to 200.
Holy shit.
A VIX is at $35 now. Fucking hell, the SPY is down 4.15%. The SPX is leading it to 37.34. Incredible. 4.25% loss on the SPY so far. We're gonna be so fucking rich. Come on, VIX.
Would that
come on, VIX.
Actually be a bear market?
Holy shit. You guys have any idea how much fucking meme stocks I'm gonna be able to buy with these fucking VIX calls and SPY puts pay off? Come on, NASDAQ puts. Let's go, baby. Bond market puts, TBT, all the way. TBT is up 6.63%. The VIX is up 26%. UVXY 21%. VIXY 14%. Wow.
I almost more than 50% on TBT.
That's awesome. I'm up 281% on TBT. Yeah, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Woo-wee. Damn. Good times. The calls themselves, some of the calls, are actually up 175% for TBT right now. But my profits are larger than that, thankfully. As our cash is apparently, since that motherfucker doubled me. That's why we call you cash. There's one MMAT share for sale for $6.17 for the $5 call. And the next share after that is going for $50 a call contract. I'm going to buy that share. That's for sale. I kept saying share. I meant to say call. That one call that's for sale, I'm going to buy it.
Let's fucking go.
And then I'm going to see if it fucking bumps up to my next one. One at market, day only, review. Please note, yes, I know it's open. Buy to open. Got it. And guess what? The market makers put up one more. They put up another one. Just one.
Oh, man. Wow.
Let me see here. The next one here. Now the next one's going for, now the next contract's going for 98 cents. All right. Crazy. Crazy fucking fuckery.
If we close here or within 1.5%, we are officially in a bear market.
I want my money, says Pam. Clovis is from 10% down to flat. Now that's good news right there.
Time to get this money.
They're pumping the SPY right now. Let's see, we got 375 on the SPY now. Up 3.7%. They're working hard.
Will surprise to the high side that rates will be higher. There will be a more of a long-term risk premium around interest rates. Commodities are going to be an important long-term component of.
Please keep in mind, it's a very big psychological support level for most people to be out of that bear market.
If you are getting rallies and you want to redeploy, we would trim from commodities, and we've done that, and moved into lower beta or higher quality equities with a bias towards value. Less interest rate sensitive, and other strategies that can benefit from higher volatility. So gaining equity exposure by writing puts on indexes. to capture a very attractive volatility premium and manage downside risk.
At the moment, Eric, when you feel what's upending the market, do you feel, I mean, there is a lot of volume on today's trade, and we haven't been used to that for a little while. We've been seeing a lot of ups and downs, but actually pretty light volumes on the back of it. Now people are coming back and selling with force. Is this all about the 75 basis points as soon as Wednesday? And to you, is that a realistic perspective?
Oh, man.
Well, it's all about concern around the Fed. You know, the two dates people have been anchoring on were the CPI, the inflation release on Friday, and then the Fed this Wednesday. And we got a hot number on Friday that started this, and now people are very concerned about the Fed. You know, our view is that the Fed goes 50. That I know it's been said, 50 is the new 25. That's been commented on today, and we do think that the Fed is very much about trying to manage volatility in bond markets and volatility more broadly, but specifically in rates markets. And so they've foreshadowed the 50, they've foreshadowed a couple of 50s, and we think they're going to stick with that in order to kind of manage the overall level of uncertainty around.
The 10-year yield's at 349. Sorry, the 5-year yield has crossed over the 10-year, 349 to 337. The 5-year yield has crossed over the 30-year, 349 to 336. The 2-year yield is almost caught up to the 30-year yield, 332 to 336. Insane. Hey, Radwan, this is Interactive Brokers, my friend. IBKR. I like their desktop app. It's got its pros and its cons. But overall, I do like it a lot. Compared to some of the other brokers, let's say.
Now, it'll update at the end of the day, so I need about 5 more minutes, but it's the credit spreads. And as of Friday, you had a little bit of widening, but nowhere near sort of the big spread blowout that we've had in 2020 or 2008. As we sort of get these updates after the bell, what are you looking for in terms of the signals that credit spreads are or are not telling you?
Well, you did get some change in credit spreads today. The HYG, just as an example, is down over 3%. So you're going to see those spreads widen. As we talked with our fixed income team this morning, they highlighted that high yield bonds in the marketplace right now is at about 8.5% yield. I mean, that's extraordinary, given what we've seen so far this year, albeit without dramatic increase in credit spreads. It's interesting, especially at the short duration end. Especially when you take into account the very strong fundamentals of particularly the United States credit sector, where we don't see a significant spike in defaults coming, even with a significant increase in rates, even with slowing economic growth. We think that particularly at the short duration end of the credit spectrum, there's some very interesting opportunities with what's happening with interest rates overall, and with some spread widening we've seen.
That's the bell.
Eric, great.
That's the bell. Very good. Let's see the SPY. The SPX finished at 37.50. The SPY is at 374. And extending losses is now down 4% again. For some reason, it doesn't want to load for me. It's just kind of odd. But AeroClean continued to move upwards. AeroClean Technologies is up 41.68%. I think that's a really good movement to the upside.
And on the daily chart of the SPX, we're negative 22.42%. Officially a bear market.
On the daily chart for the SPX?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, because this is the 4th and 5th day in a row. Extended losses. Yeah, ERC still up 17.5. At $17.50. It's fucking phenomenal.
Oh man, tomorrow will be a bloodbath.
Yeah, you thought today was bad? Jeez, like people aren't going to be talking about this all fucking night. Cryptocurrencies lost $2 trillion in market cap over the last year. You know, the crypto market is now under $1 trillion as Bitcoin is at an 18-month low. And now another DeFi lender is blown up, Celsius, which has paused withdrawals and swaps and transfers on their platform as they try to regain some liquidity to pay off whatever they can. Rate markets moved more in the last 2 weeks than they did in the entire year of 2021. Yeah, SPY's still going. 374.64. Bitcoin's at 23,350. Ethereum's clinging to 1,230. .84%, 3.85% drop on the SPY right now. AMC's at 11.49 on the day, down 7.5%. GameStop's at 117.82, down 8.73%. Acting just as expected during a market crash. SPY down 3.83% right now, 374.90. The VIX hanging out strong at $34.19, a 23% gain today. UVXY is up 20%. Mm-hmm. Tell me about it. MMAT is only down 1.99%. Interesting. Natural gas futures for July settled at 8.6 BTUs. It's up a little bit. Gasoline futures settled at 403. WTI crude settled at $120.93 a barrel. A quarter percentage point gain, not bad. I mean, it still sucks. $120 a fucking barrel, you know. Don't get me wrong. And we're trading like it's a race to see which central bank can crash their economy the fastest. U.S. Secretary of State Blinken is stating that the United States is preparing to make short and long-term adjustments to military posture as appropriate regarding the South China Sea situation. The U.S. remains concerned about the prospect of a seventh North Korean nuclear test, and the White House says the importance of maintaining open lines of communication between China and the U.S. is very important. I have a feeling people are getting a little nervous. Very cool. Well, not the war. Just to see what the hell's going on. $2.2 trillion in reverse repo, for those of you that are unaware, is the fifth all-time high since June 3rd, 2022. Executive order came into effect. The United States economy growth is set to slow from mid-2023 to barely positive rates in quarterly terms on more aggressive monetary tightening.
Everything is going our way.
Mac 10 Suburban Drone says, I'm going to make a concrete prediction on when the Fed capitulates. When the S&P is down 40% and the VIX goes over 100, the Fed will go neutral. So basically, my man here thinks that when the S&P is down negative 40% from the all-time high seen earlier this year, the VIX is at $100. The Fed will go neutral. When the S&P is then down 60% after that and the VIX gets to $200 a share, the Fed panics. Looks like they're pushing that to be 2023 if things go at the current pace. But we all know that that can change at any moment. So we'll see how it goes.
My God, we're gonna be rich.
God damn, we're going to be so fucking rich. All right. On that note, I think we've covered it all. We're going to be rich by executive order. Have a great day, everybody. Wish you peace and wealth.
Which one of y'all dead motherfuckers just said that shit? Was it you, String Bean? You skinny ass looking motherfucker? Turn around and say it again. Turn around and say it again. Turn around and say it again.
Will you please be quiet? John, that is the President of the United States. I don't care who it is, he's ruining Hamlet.
Oh, now you fucked up. Now you fucked up. Now you fucked up. You have fucked up now. Now you fucked up. 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 Now you have fucked up.
Mr. President, will you please be quiet?
Suck my presidential cock, bitch. You fat ass piece of shit. You tubbalard looking motherfucker. What? 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 Hey!
What?
What? Huh? I don't know why you're looking up at me, bitch. Play's on stage. I'm not putting on a play up here. I'm trying to be entertained right now.
Mr. President, be quiet. John, calm down.
Listen to the woman, John. Calm down. Just calm down. Calm down. Just calm down. Calm down. Hey, Acty, stop the play. Acty, ho, Acty. Hey, ho. I gotta go to the bathroom. I drank too much liquid. Now I gotta piss. I got a bottle. I got a bottle. It's all right. Rewind the play 5 minutes, though, because that fat piece of shit was talking. I couldn't pay attention to what you guys was doing. So rewind the play 5 minutes. And you shut the fuck up.